Good evening and welcome to the March 12th meeting of the Parks and Community Services Commission. I call this meeting to order at exactly 6 o'clock. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Dorn Parker, thank you for leading us.
My pleasure. Please rise. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Fatua, the roll call, please.
Let the record reflect all commissioners are present except for Commissioner Garcia-Arcos.
Okay, thank you. I now open up public comments. If there is anyone in the chambers who would like to make a public comment on an item not listed on the agenda.
Let the record reflect Commissioner Garcia-Arcos is now here.
Seeing no one in the chambers who would like to make a comment, Ms. Fatua, is there anyone online?
If there are any members online who wish to speak, please raise your hand. This is for items not pertaining to the agenda. Chair Brown, I see no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner comments and suggestions. I am going to start with you, Commissioner Dorn Parker, if you don't mind. We'll work our way down.
Believe it or not, I'm going to wait for my comments till we get deeper in the agenda. Thank you.
Commissioner Kamala.
I just want to thank everyone who came out to the senior transportation sessions and gave us shared your feedback with us. Definitely well received and helped us kind of put together some ideas for next steps. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ledger.
I was also just going to thank everyone, whether it's coming to speak for Moon Park or the transportation issue. I appreciate everyone's feedback.
Great. Commissioner Houston.
Hello, everyone. Looking forward to a fun, productive meeting, and I'll save my rest of my comments for later.
Commissioner Garcia-Arcos.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming out. I just wanted to celebrate April 26th through the 30th. We're having our annual conference, 92nd anniversary in Yosemite. So I'm really excited to share how that goes. We're having a board meeting pretty soon, a few weeks before then. And so I'm really excited. If anybody wants to be an arborist or is looking to learn about trees, let me know. And there's a beautiful tree family that's waiting to teach. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Vice Chair Wright.
Hey, everyone. I'm looking forward to all of our items that we're discussing tonight. I visited a lot of the parks that we'll be discussing and evaluating that are typically out of my normal park neighborhood, and because I have a baby, I would stay for hours and talk to all the regulars, and it was just a really fun exercise for me and felt purposeful and also like creative in that I got to literally dip my toes in the sand. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing more of my like analysis and professional lens, but just on a personal note, it was a really great exercise for me personally, and I love our city.
I appreciate how judicious everybody has been with their comments. Just a few items that I wanted to note for tonight. One is just to register, Director, with you that I think many of us are interested in the opening of the cafe at Lions Park. So as soon as you know the date for that, if you could send that out. There's just a lot of community excitement, so we want to be a part of that. I did go to, right now I'm serving, I guess as a sort of self-appointed, we should probably formalize this at some point, but I'm going to the Costa Mesa United meetings along with city staff. Just to report back that it was a fairly uneventful meeting, though interestingly, one of the participants in the meeting talked about business revenue and permitting for businesses and how that impacts those in the community that are holding events at our parks. And so that's not coming before us. I know it's coming before City Council and FIPAC, but something for us to be aware of is that there is an intersection between those business costs and the parks. for some of our users. So I just wanted to pass that along from that meeting. And then lastly, I brought up last time the idea of picnic day in the city. And Commissioner Darn Parker, I just want to thank you for educating me anyways, that there is a history to picnic day in Costa Mesa. I had no idea. If there's interest among commissioners to maybe organize a new picnic day, I was going to raise that here and ask Ms. Fatua to perhaps be in touch with us to see if commissioners are interested in that. If so, we could talk about agendizing it for a future meeting. Something, I know we have a lot on our plates for the next few months, but maybe it's something we could consider for the fall without competing with city events, but add to it. And I think that is it for commissioner comments and suggestions. I do want to make a note. I'm sorry I skipped over this in the beginning. For those of you who are here in the council chambers or who are watching online, there are a variety of supplemental materials that we all have here up on the dais. If you are interested in seeing what we are seeing, please feel free to consult the city website. All of the materials are online. And with that, we move to the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Oh, I hit it.
Thank you.
Commissioners may vote on your dais. Motion carries 7-0 to approve consent calendar items.
Thank you. And with that, we turn to the monthly reports. Director Gruner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to go ahead and pull that report up. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to keep my report kind of brief. I know we have a pretty stacked agenda, and we want to make sure we have enough time to go through that. So just a few highlights. Yes, this thing. Sorry. I know. Apologize for the delay as we got things situated here. Okay, I think we got it working. Again, my apologies. So just a few highlights. So this week, about 11 of our team members went up to what's called CPRS conference, and that's the California Parks and Recreation Society conference up in Long Beach. It goes back and forth between Northern California and Southern California, and this year it's down here in Southern California. So we had 11 team members attend the conference at Long Beach. It's just a great opportunity to really network with our colleagues and collaborate and share ideas with our professional colleagues here in California. And they have about, I would say, 50 breakout sessions, different topics, anything from developing professional development for your team members, to playground assessments, to becoming a certified playground technician, so to speak. So they just have a bunch of different types of programs and classes for us to kind of learn and kind of brush up on and really understand what's trending right now, and just collaborating and having that conversation with our colleagues. So it's a great event. They had about over 100 vendors there as well in the exhibit hall. And that's anything from playground manufacturers to consultants to other different vendors that have, like ActiveNet, for example, which is our online computer system that we use for registration and programs and classes and different things like that. So it's just a really great event, and we're blessed to be able to go to that and participate in it. At the last PAX meeting, I did mention the resource fair, where we had 42 vendors. So that occurred a couple of weeks ago, and we had about 90 attendees come to that, which is, I think, the most that we've had. So that's just really great to see. And then last Saturday, I had the opportunity to go over to T-Winkle in the Little League, baseball fields over there for the Pony League event, their kickoff event for the season. And what I found really kind of very, very cool actually is that they have a Little League Challenger League. And so basically it was founded in 1989, the Little League's adaptive baseball program for individuals with physical and intellectual challenges. So it gives them an opportunity to participate in a sport like that as well. And it was actually really neat to see because they have some older kids, and one kid actually, I believe he was from Tustin, he took the bus over here. And he rode the bus all by himself, and he was just so excited to be there, and you can just see the big smile on his face and how excited he was just to be a part of it. So this is the first time that we're having the Challenger League here in Costa Mesa. Previously, I think it was in Garden Grove. And now it's here in Costa Mesa, and yeah, it's just amazing to watch. So if you have a chance, go out there over to T-Winkle, the baseball fields over there. Every Saturday they're going to be there for the season. So very exciting. A couple other highlights. So last Friday we had the Shalimar meet and greet, and that was from 4 to 6, and we had about 25 kids come out for that. We had our rec van out there. We set up some activities. Also, we had a makeshift soccer field, and they also played some field hockey. We had music, we had pizza, soft drinks, and just a really good, program and event for us to kind of, get not introduced, but just to be a part of that community, and especially with the upcoming construction projects for the playground over there in the park. We want to offer some programming during that time frame, during the construction time frame. So that was kind of our kickoff event to get some feedback from the parents and also talk to the kids and just kind of introduce ourselves to them and just kind of really, start engaging with that community. And then finally, just some upcoming events. So we have the Spring Fest coming up on April 4th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. I know it's kind of small on my screen here, but there are certain time frames for the little, egg hunt that we do for all the different age groups. And it's just a great event where we have a lot of different activities and, yeah, opportunities for photos, music, entertainment. And actually this year, we're going to actually also include our new tennis operator, Agape, to be out there and do some, some tennis programming on the grass or on the sidewalk there, and so it's going to be really, really nice to have them be a part of that event as well. And then finally, again, restoration volunteer events, Fairview Park, Fridays, every other Friday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then we have the second Saturday Restoration Day and the third Saturday Restoration Days as well. And again, all this is available online on the website. So if you want to go to that and get some more information and share that. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Director. At this point, I'd like to open it up for public comments. Is there anyone in the chambers who would like to make a public comment? Seeing none, Ms. Fatua, is there anyone online?
Chair Brown, I see no hands raised.
Okay. Commissioner comments and questions. Commissioner Hewson, I'm going to start with you.
I don't have any questions at this point right now.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia Arcos? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to thank the city for everything they're doing. I know that they've been meeting up with Bright Youth, and I do recall a few months ago, I would say a few months ago, we met up in Shalimar Park with a few staff members, a translator, and 3 of us from Bright Youth. And we, alongside some community moms. So that was really exciting to plan that out. We talked about putting together a WhatsApp, because that's what's what we normally use, at least our parents, and everything was going really well. And I know that Bright Youth was also meeting up, or Eric was meeting up directly with you guys. Yeah. But the problem with that is we never got a follow-up about you guys coming to the community. And this is the first time I hear about you guys actually showing up to Shalimar. And so I encourage you guys to lean on us. I mean, we came to all these events or all these small meetings, gatherings that we had, and I don't want it to hurt the community more than it's helping. You know, the moms were ready to go, knock on doors, introduce the city, and so we were just kind of waiting, and we got left in the dark. And I don't want that to happen again, you know. So that's why it's communicating is really important. So we should learn from this, and I'm really excited to continue collaborating. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Ledger. All right.
None at this time, thank you.
Commissioner Kamala.
No comments.
Okay. Commissioner Dorn Parker.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge the city hosting the, I called it the Ability League for Baseball for Pony, that I don't think the city's ever hosted it. When I was NHBA president, we were hoping to, and I think it's grown, and I want to say thank you because it took a lot to move them down, and what a great park for them to play at, so thank you.
Vice Chair Wright.
Hello. Director Gruner, and I guess all members of the public, I don't know if you guys have heard about the Newport Mesa School District's recent e-bike and just bike ban, or just restrictions might be a better way to put it. And of course, we all have talked a lot about e-bikes and motorbikes in our parks, and you know, we're all kind of a united front and agree on so many things. But I'm just curious, like, how we as the city are viewing this stance that the school district has taken, and do you think there's anything that perhaps they're doing the right way and we can learn from them, or perhaps anything that we would maybe disagree with and think could be done in a better manner?
Yeah, so I mean, I was at that meeting too, and I heard that conversation. But I think, I know there was some discussion. I haven't heard anything since that meeting, to be honest with you. But I do know there were some collaboration discussions about maybe doing some type of joint study session or kind of review, like a better process to really make sure that is what the school district wants to do. But I know there's some collaboration talk, and I think that's really the starting point of where we want to be. Oh, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Captain Brian Watkins. Sorry. I just had information on this, so I just wanted to help with this response. So first off, the district has not made a final decision. They tabled that. They're looking at banning e-bikes for junior high and the elementary school, requiring some training. The police department's working with the Newport Mesa Unified School District to provide training at our high schools that will allow students to bring their bikes and park them at schools. So a lot of that's still in flux. We're tracking that as a city for sure right now. And we're working with the district on how we can collaborate on training for e-bikes for sure. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that's great. Go
Yeah,
go ahead.
so thank you. I know it's happening just not in Newport Mesa. It's across the state, because the legislature is looking at legislation and what it looks like. And from what I understand, being in the education system, is there's a tremendous amount of concern that especially junior high, which they tend to, you know, just look at our parks, they tend to go on their e-bikes and rip up the grass and think they're really fabulous. As we know, part of it is kind of junior high-ish. It doesn't matter boy, girl, or whatever it is, they just think that they're too cool for you. But this is a big growing issue across California, and in the wealthier communities, they seem to have these e-motorcycles and these class 3, they call it, which is really dangerous. So it's not just Newport Mesa, and I'm so pleased to hear the police are collaborating, because I know their job is to keep students safe, and our job is to make sure the streets are safe, and they're not safe right now. So something has to be done, and I can guarantee you, working with the legislature, as long as I have, they'll come down and figure out a way, and it may not be the best solution, but I'm glad, and yeah, they made no definite decision. They're not going to. They're working with their colleagues across the state in Orange County and trying to figure out how to maintain and encourage students to bike and walk, but at the same time, it can't be dangerous for the students or the people in the community. So, but thank you for bringing it up, Vice Chair.
I am sorry, sir, we've closed public comment for this item. But if you would like, if you would like to provide comments afterwards to Ms. Fatua, we'd be happy to accept them. Thank you. Vice Chair Wright, I know these were your questions that you were asking. Do you want to continue?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I believe it was discussed 2 days ago at their school board meeting. I haven't watched the meeting. So that's why I was asking, because yes, it was brought up obviously publicly in a special meeting they had, and it was brought up in our quarterly liaison meeting. So I'll need to watch that meeting too and see what ultimately happened. But I think there's a lot for us to learn, what we would do better or what we would agree with them on as far as the use of especially basically illegal bikes in our parks, especially Fairview. So yeah, we'll watch closely.
I just have two quick questions, and really it was about the conference that you went to, because in my professional life, have found conferences can be extremely rewarding. They can also be a waste of time. But it sounds like this one was rewarding. Curious about one, are there any trends that you saw people talking about at the conference that would be worth raising? And then number two, I'm curious if you saw anything in discussion around topics related to city budgets and how to afford parks and rec, and also whether there are other cities doing similar work to ours in terms of utilizing a values assessment in order to help make decisions. Just curious what you might have seen.
Yeah, actually, I was in a session this morning, and keep in mind, there was 11 of us, and we all went to different sessions, so we're going to get together and share, kind of what we learned. But I was in a session this morning, and it talked about playgrounds, and they actually had a wheel. It was like a colored wheel, and had like different categories. And the city, it was actually Palm Springs. They utilized this wheel, so to speak, to assess certain type of playground features and things that they want to see in the playground. So it's something kind of similar. So that's the first thing that kind of popped in my mind. It's like, oh, this kind of looks like exactly what we've been working on. So, but it's certainly a great conference just for networking and again sharing those ideas, which we're going to get together and we're going to do that. And I can give an update at the next meeting if you like.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could I just address Mr. Arcos's
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
my apologies for, for that you felt that way, but yeah, we will definitely do a better job in communicating and following up with, with the Bright Youth organization and also the Shalimar families and so forth. So, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Vice Chair Wright?
All right, so just to clarify, I checked in the school board at the school board meeting 2 days ago. They did adopt the changes to their Safe Routes to School program, which is effectively, so it's banning e-bikes, scooters, motorized vehicles for K through 8, and making some significant structural changes to 9 through 12 and their access to e-bikes and programs. So I would definitely encourage everyone to read up on this and see how it could implicate anything for us on the city level. But yes, it did get approved.
Okay, and with that, I'm going to move away from the monthly reports if there aren't any other comments. Okay, we now move to old business, item number 1, Senior Transportation Program. Director Gruner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go ahead and defer to our Senior Recreation Supervisor, Kevin Stoddard.
Good evening, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to update you on our Senior Transportation Program outreach. Over the last month, or actually the last week, the Senior Center staff did outreach for senior transportation. We sent out mailers to all 1,300 users of the program, and we held meetings on March 4th, March 5th, and March 10th for in-person feedback. But the mailers also included surveys that were sent out in snail mail. It was emailed out via SurveyMonkey, and then we had them in person. Before I continue, if you're closely following the staff report, please don't. That report was written by necessity before a lot of this information was taken. So a lot of the information you're going to see today was compiled from yesterday and early this morning. So we received 170 surveys. And the first question was, do you have the ability to operate a motor vehicle or own a vehicle? And most do not. However, a decent amount do, and a small amount, 17, elected not to answer. We requested that everyone name 2 categories of rides, and no surprise, medical dominates with 50% of the answers, with a very distant second with nutrition and grocery stores. We inquired about model preference in a very general way. Would anyone want a balance of destinations, copays, and ride limits? Received 60 responses. The number 1 response was few locations, but service is free with no ride limits. And then very few people selected many locations, but very few rides per month and copays for all rides. So we get into the models, you'll see that the first option and the third option, they kind of blend together. We inquired about suggested copays for non-medical rides within Costa Mesa and medical rides outside of Costa Mesa. There was a pretty broad range in the responses. A significant number of people did indicate that they could not pay anything for the service, which is why the average is pretty low compared to the low end of the range. So the average requested rate for a ride within Costa Mesa was $356, and the average rate for a copay for any medical ride outside of the city was $6.12. There was a huge variety. We asked if you couldn't use this program, how many, what other service would you use? What other kind of transportation is available to you? There was a huge variety of responses, but 32 out of the 170 responses did indicate that they have no other means of transportation. So, first option, caveat, how this information is derived, have a 12-month chunk of data that we've looked at in the past. So this is based on past data. If certain stipulations on the program were to be applied, how many rides would we get? And the targeted budget for the program is about $200,000. So a lot of cities allow rides almost anywhere within their city or limit to a few destinations within the city. And due to the fact that many people indicated that they do not wish to pay or cannot pay for the program, could make a long list of locations which people can go, and there is no real variation in that. The senior center is the #1 location outside of residential locations, but the #1 destination for anyone to go. So that's included, along with 7 of the major shopping centers. Most of them are along Harbor. They all include like a Target, a grocery store, like a CVS or something like that, along with a myriad of other like restaurants and other businesses. Hoag Urgent Care and City Hall. And then additionally, another 20 locations for medical rides, the 18 most frequented medical locations, and then Santa Ana's VA Clinic and Long Beach's VA Hospital. This would cut the program down to about 6,000 rides versus our expected this year of 26,000 to 28,000 rides. And it would actually undercut the budget of $200,000. The reason being is that we could, depending on the service provider, because the city is currently going out for bid for a new contractor starting July 1st, and we have not reviewed those bids at this point. They may or may not have a limit on how many individual locations they can service as opposed to have a service area. So this comes out to about 30, and every time you start adding a new location, because ridership is so unique to the individual, the new locations don't add a whole lot, so it's difficult to get to $200,000. It's also advisable to undercut the budget we're looking at, because M2 funding can roll over for up to 3 years. We used to have a decent fund balance for this, and that gives you a lot of padding in case sales tax goes down. That means M2 funding will go down. That gives you some flexibility with doing outreach and changing the service model. There are a couple of balanced options we can do. So unlike most other cities that if they do have some kind of balanced option where they give you a lot of options within the city to go, we would keep the number of options you can go to within the city actually at a few limited locations. It's actually identical to the previous one, minus City Hall. So you'd only be able to go to Senior Center, the same shopping centers, the Hoag Urgent Care, and you'd be limited to 4 rides, one-way trips, so 2 round trips per month with a $4 copay. In addition to those 4 rides, you'd be allocated another 4 rides to go to anywhere in Newport Beach, anywhere in Fountain Valley, anywhere in Santa Ana, the Long Beach VA, the Hoag and Kaiser locations in Irvine, the Hoag Urgent Care and Optum Clinic in Huntington Beach, and there would be an $8 copay, and that might get us to around 7,200 rides. And this information also would come with, or this model would come with a stipulation that rides, medical rides, can only go to primary care physicians, medical facilities, or like specialist office or dentist. It would not have the broad range that it currently has. So like big box stores, like CVS, Costco, those would be eliminated. You would no longer be able to go there. There's another variation of that, and this kind of shows you the balance between copay, boundaries, and how many rides you can take per month. This adds an extra ride, or 2 extra rides per month, 1 extra round trip per month, but it comes at the cost of eliminating a huge portion of Santa Ana. Instead of going to anywhere in Santa Ana for a medical ride, you can go to the VA clinic, Kaiser, and Wave Imaging. Other than that, it would be identical to the previous model. And that would get you to about 8,000 rides. So with that, I will leave it up to commissioners.
Okay, thank you. This is the first time I'm seeing those 2 options, so we'll probably need to look at those slides again. But I'm gonna open it up for public comment first. And we do have a mic, a roving mic, so if it's easier for us to come out, if you would like to make a public comment and you're out in the council chambers, we can bring a mic to you, or you're welcome to come up to one of the mics on the side of the room. But I'm going to open it up for public comment in the council chambers. Okay, seeing no public comment, Ms. Fatua, is there anyone online?
If there are any public commenters for this agenda item, please raise your hand. Chair Brown, I see no hands raised.
Okay.
We do have one. We have Jean. Jean, you may now speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. I did go to the question of the senior center. I'm impressed with the care that everyone's taking. The slides went back by so fast, I really didn't get a good grasp of them. And also, who's going to decide which model you're going to do, variation 1 or 2? And I'm glad you included Kaiser in there because so many of us have Kaiser, and Kaiser has various offices, including Tustin. For eyes, it's Tustin. And for like dermatology, it's Garden Grove. I guess they're not included right now. Irvine, of course, is your main hospital. I have some in Anaheim, which that's probably going to be out of the question. In Santa Ana, that's the Harvard MacArthur one. So medical is important. I'm glad you included Kaiser. But I was just wondering who decides which model you're going to go forth with. And I appreciate the rides that I've gotten. It's been really helpful because I don't have a car and I can't drive. But I thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Fatua, is there anyone else online?
If there are any other members who wish to speak regarding this item, please raise your hand. Chair Brown, there are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to invoke chair's privilege for a minute and ask a couple of questions, and then I'm going to turn it to you all. Thank you for that, Mr. Stoddard. Could you put up variation 1 up there? I just need to process it for another minute. So one question I have, so I see the total rides allowed. What will be the cost for, what's the anticipated cost for this program?
Both of those options, again, just based on past data, were around $200,000.
Okay, no worries. And can I see the second option? Okay. One of the concerns that I had from the last presentation where we were learning about some of the challenges is that there was a percentage of users who were using this program every single day. I think I know the answer to this question, but I'll ask it anyways. How do these two options take that usage into account?
So you're limited number of rides, right? Maximum, you can only use 8 rides per month. But this, like most other cities, this actually splits that, where you can only use 4 for non-medical within the city and only 4 for medical rides, and they don't transfer over. So that you're limited to that. So like the person that used the program 700 something times wouldn't even get close to that. In addition to that we started enforcing our 48-hour rule for pickup. That slowed that down. The last time that gentleman used the program, he used it 6 times in one day. He didn't use it for most of February and has not resumed that same rate of rides. Okay. I would imagine that might pick up in coming months. I don't know to what degree, but this model would limit most of that.
Okay. Something that I heard in the session that I went to, which was just a couple of days ago, which I really appreciated, is that there are time limits on the model as it's currently set up, and that those time limits are determined by the senior center hours. One of the concerns that I heard, well, the concern I heard from one of the residents is that, and I know this from my grandparents when they were alive too, it's hard to get going early in the morning, and so by the time they're up and moving around, some of them, there's only 4 hours left in the program, and so I'm just thinking about that as something. How can we make sure, should we want to as a commission, that we open up those hours if we want to?
So we could adjust the hours so it could start later in the day. We just can't expand the hours because that's obviously going to come with expand usage. But it could start at 9:30, 10 o'clock, and 5:30, 6 if we needed to.
Well, it technically wouldn't expand usage because we're limiting people for rides for one of the options, right?
So these two options, based on past data, would get us right to the limit where we need to go. So if you expand the number of service hours, it would go past that. There would have to be a further adjustment.
But let's say in variation number 2, just so I understand this, 6 rides per person per month, how would that be impacted by extending the hours if you're still limited to those 6 rides?
The program can still grow in cost by the number of people that are using it. And the more hours that you have operating, more people can register, the more time that you have to schedule rides. So this program is still going to grow in cost. This is going to be a continuing thing that we're going to have to address.
Okay. And then last question, I promise, and then I'm going to open it to you all, is talk me through, so the senior center is one of the most popular non-medical sites. And if I'm remembering the data correctly, it was like 24% or something like that.
Of total rides, it's maybe like 7.5% to 8%. It's 15% of non-medical rides. I actually can, if you want to go to another slide. So these would be the locations that we would limit people to within the city. It's the addresses of the major shopping centers, and it shows you how many unique people and the total rides that were taken to those destinations. It does not include return trips from those destinations.
I'm wondering about, just because, as we're thinking about budgets and we're thinking about how to meet people's needs in a creative way, and I'm wondering about other resources we have, like the GOAT, for example, which is a shuttle service that's already in existence that we're already paying for. Would it be possible, could we as a commission, I think the answer is yes, but I'd like to get your thoughts on setting up a shuttle service so that some of those senior rides that want to go to the senior center could be handled by a per mile vendor like the taxi service is. So how could the city set up the shuttle service in such a way that some of our seniors could take advantage of the shuttle, the free shuttle, to go to senior center,
You mean using the GOAT as the shuttle service?
for example.
I can't speak to because we don't manage that program. I would have to inquire with the Public Works Department. I can tell you just operating a shuttle, just due to a recent other project we were working with, it comes to about $250,000 a year. So it's not that's one shuttle. That's not an insignificant number.
But we're already paying for the GOAT shuttle, right? As I understand it, that's in existence, operating now. Okay. Commissioner, questions, comments? Who would like to start us off? Commissioner Ledger.
Yeah, I'm okay starting, but I might have more questions as this goes on and I understand it was a time constraint, but I wasn't prepared for what I'm seeing now, so I don't have things in my head like I had in my head. So this is all kind of new. But I do want to say first, I do appreciate all the outreach, that you took so many avenues to get in touch with everyone. I do appreciate that. I would like to say that at the meeting I was at, you did mention that the reason they have to call 48 hours in advance is to be ADA compliant. Are we communicating that with because I know a lot of people were upset they have to call 48 hours in advance. So are we communicating that it is so we could be ADA compliant so that they understand?
That was something that was discussed at a lot of all three of the meetings. And I've spoken to many of the seniors since many people called, but we didn't do notifications. We called literally all 1,300 people prior to doing that. So there was outreach for that as well.
Okay, and you had mentioned they couldn't go to CVS Pharmacy, but that is covered in the shopping centers.
So that's specifically for medical rides. So one of the issues that we see is that people that live near the border of Costa Mesa go to CVS's in Newport, Santa Ana, Rite Aid in Huntington Beach. That's a really expensive ride. It makes sense for that person. It's short, but it's way more expensive than just to go further into Costa Mesa, at least based on our current fee model.
Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Kamala.
So when we look at the service hours, we discussed possibly shifting it for that later coverage. Is there any kind of step up in service costs to use it during, like, do they have peak times where they charge us more if we go later?
That would have to be a conversation that we have with the vendors that have submitted bids, which they were due yesterday, but none of that has been reviewed yet. The RFP did indicate the current service model, so this would have to be a conversation if they would have some kind of variable pricing for operating later.
And then I looked at the feedback about copays, but I know a few of the seniors had talked about just the concern about using Uber and alternative services. Would there be a way for them to coordinate that same or for us to help them coordinate that same service with either a higher copay or no copay at all, so we could at least coordinate the service for them?
Do you mean like operating something like a call center?
Yeah,
that would come at a significant additional, because that's going to be additional staff time and phone lines. So I don't think that would be a cost-saving measure. That would be quite expensive to handle. Just for perspective, the city of Huntington Beach has, I think, 5 staff operating their call center.
Oh, okay. And then, so with that said, I know there were in option 1 and 2, there were 4 ride, 6 ride limits. Some of the seniors had talked about having several treatments throughout. And so what would be the option if, let's say I had, either, dialysis or some type of medical treatment where I had to go to physical therapy where it's more frequent, and I fall outside of that, let's say 4 usage window?
That is the trade-off between these 2 models. So the free option, I actually have the medical locations right here, right? So these are the top medical locations. You can see how many people use the program and how many rides they went there. This would service the most number of people. You could use it as many times as you need for free during the service hours. So if one of those facilities is where you need to go, you use it as much as you need. But it's only specific addresses. When you start opening this up to like a service area, the number of rides is going to increase pretty significantly, and therefore the cost. So it's quite the trade-off that's going to have to be made. There is a dialysis center here at this shop at 1175 Baker. That's all.
Thank you for those questions, Commissioner. And just a reminder that we are here to make recommendations. And so we're just now seeing this data and processing it in real time. So we're going to do our best and try to provide some recommendations for City Council. I really would have been nice to have even an hour to think through this before being in front of everyone. We are also in a position to make recommendations that are outside of these two variations, right? And so that then city staff can pursue that and pass along our recommendations to City Council, who will be making the decision. Commissioner Dorn Parker.
Yeah, thank you. It just so happens I'm in the middle of this with my mom, who just unfortunately had a crash here in Costa Mesa and no longer is driving. She's turning 93. She's really with it, but obviously shouldn't have a car that she's responsible for. So been really deep in this, and I'm so sorry I had the wrong date. So a couple questions I have. It's clear we're no longer with a huge grant. I was just talking, I was at the mayor's breakfast in Huntington Beach. It's clear every city is having to redesign what it looks like to have senior taxi services, virtually it. But one of the areas that I know is of concern, and I heard it from my fellow commissioners, is if a senior finds himself in a medical condition where they have to do multiple visits weekly, then they have to decide whether they're going to go to the grocery store or do that. Do we, in fact, have partners we can bring in for dialysis and some medical? I understand it's not as convenient as having a taxi at your beck and call, so to speak, if you have 48 hours. But are there, because that's one thing that the city of Irvine jumped all over with my mom and gave her 3 options for her. She has some eye issues where they could coordinate with the service to pick her up and bring her, and there was a minimal copay. But I know there's a lot of partners, and that's what I'm hearing with a lot of cities, is to setting up a parameters to meet the $200,000, understanding there's exceptions. How do we take care of exceptions as with partners? And so I wasn't sure what that would look like.
So there are 2 other services that are available. There is a nonprofit that's funded with M2 funds that services Northern Orange County called Abrazar. And they do, I don't know their exact service area, but I think they will go almost anywhere in Orange County within 15 miles of your house. They do have a copay, and they limit you to 16 one-way rides per month. Right. And you do have to book the rides 5 days in advance.
Yeah.
And they do make exceptions on the limits for certain things. I think dialysis is one of them. Okay. OCTA also offers another program called OC Access that you have to apply for. Yeah. And that also has a fee, and you also have to book it multiple days in advance. And they do make certain exceptions for same-day bookings, but they're limited. And they contract with Yellow Cab and Keolis, I believe. With regards to Irvine or, like, say, Huntington Beach, those are the cities that have significantly more funding, and they have I don't know about Irvine, but have full-time dedicated staff to the program. That's kind of what makes a lot of those other things possible. We have 0 full-time staff fully dedicated just to this program.
So if I understand this right, so if we have a senior that really needs kind of long-term dialysis, we don't have anybody dedicated on staff to help guide them to one of these other transportation options, correct? That would be add costs or because we would have to add staff. I'm trying to get an idea of how maybe our senior center staff, I know, every time I walk in there, they're really busy. But I'm trying to figure out a way where we have a limited budget, we help as many people as we can, and I'm going to ask you questions about the copay, with some copay, but so that the seniors who have, because I'm looking here, And there's 19% of the seniors who answered that they have no other way to get around, which means if we're limiting the rides, which financially makes sense, but how are we going to help them get to what they need to do, especially if it's medical? And that's what my question is what would that look like, or can it not look like that, or do we have to increase staff that dedicates to that?
So again, the Senior Center has all kinds of resource flyers, and people call and ask for services. So we can redirect people to Abrazar and OCTA, and we do have a community outreach worker that specifically works to get people in touch with resources.
Okay, great.
But in actual managing a partnership, I think Irvine is trying to do some kind of volunteer service, and that's how Huntington Beach operates. That is a very high intensity operation.
That's what I'm not asking. I'm not asking to recreate in an area that is obviously unattainable. It would take away from so many other resources. But if we have someone at the center that already does those resources, then that can also be an outreach, because you obviously have information. We have information for the 1,300 seniors, so there obviously can be a little more hands-on touch than if we went out to other areas. The other question I had when I'm looking at this, how much are you willing to pay? And I just want to make sure I understand it because I'm clustering it. Is there's $10 one way on the sheet? How much would you be willing to pay for senior taxi within Costa Mesa? And I noticed there's a cluster around 1. Is that $0 and $1 and $1.50? Because there's no dollar sign on that on the report you gave us.
Yeah, they were taken exactly. They were submitted.
Got it.
Yes, there is at 150, but there is a decent number of the people that at least said they would pay.
Right.
That ranged anywhere from $5 to $10, but there's also just a significant number that.
Yeah, I just want to understand this. So they're clustered around that they would be willing to pay $1 or $2. There's a few, let's say 17% that can't pay. So I'm just looking at all that. So it leads me to my question about evaluation is if we recommend and the city council agrees with us that we go with one of the options, how are we going to evaluate what seniors we're leaving off? How do we expand it to with the seniors who can pay more, that do pay more, that way you have a little bit more that comes in to the revenue stream? What is the plans to do an evaluation? Because I can imagine this is going to be an evolving program, evolving monies, evolving everything. But what is it? Where is the staff going to come back and do an evaluation?
So unfortunately, because the position we're in, no other city has run up the numbers the way we have and then had to scale back.
Yeah.
That because of all three aspects, limiting the number of rides, limiting the service area, and assessing copays, that will affect 100% of the users in some way, guaranteed.
Correct.
So the way that we came about, or I came about those cities and service areas is here, right? It's just sheer volume of who's going to which of these cities.
Got it.
So it's a game of numbers.
Yeah.
So I can estimate how much we might have, and it comes out to we have to spend about $17,000 just under per month to be on pace. So we can monitor ridership and see where we're at. If we're under,
then
we can look at increasing.
We could increase it. Or the other thing is if you're bumping up against the 200,000 pretty early is to explore possible increase in copays depending on, kind of I guess that's what I'm trying to get at is, you're right, 100% of everybody using it right now is going to be impacted negatively compared to what they have. I get that. But we're trying to figure out how to maintain some semblance of a program for as many people as possible to serve as many locations within a limited funding model.
So one of my next steps, this is not, I think, a great idea right now.
Yeah.
Due to the timeline, we have to have a new contractor. I don't want to have to change the program and make everyone re-register for the program. That would be a disaster. But this first question, do you own or have the ability to operate a motor vehicle? Right? There's a significant number that do. That would be a stipulation that we could add that would come at no added cost, that I think is very reasonable to reduce number of service rides given to potentially provide more service to elsewhere.
Got it. So it would be if you own and have the ability, which is a big, if you have the ability, yikes, to do that, then it would be, if they want to take advantage of this, it would be charging them, would be the opportunity to charge them a copay. Or is it not to have them access the service at all?
The cities that are implementing this it's a requirement. You have to not have ability or
you
not have the access.
You basically have to have your license not be available. Okay. Great. No, that was the main thing is I'm literally deep in this hole. And I know access people are frustrated because there's a window and then you also go to a doctor's appointment and then you call them, you know, and you estimate and then I know it's not convenient. I get that. And I get a lot of these services that are helping in nonprofits. It's not as convenient as having a taxi virtually at your door, which is great. But they also are ADA accessible. They're licensed and stuff. So those are my questions right now. Thank you.
Just confirming, and then I'll send it down this way. VA is covered in all three options.
Yes, the VA Long Beach Hospital is covered in all three options, and
Santa Ana
is covered. I just want to make sure I put it in so the free option, yeah, I put it in there.
Yeah, it's okay. Just confirming. All right, thank you. Commissioner Houston, do you have questions, comments?
Not for this item, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia Arcos.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question and see what your thoughts are. Would it be possible to offer bus passes to seniors who are comfortable using public transit? The senior center is the top daily destination, or at least just in general, for program participation. So making transit access is a natural fit. This could reduce service rides, while monthly or yearly passes potentially help lower total program expenses 7 to 8%. Would love to know what your thoughts are on that.
So I can look into that. I wouldn't know what the expense is off the top of my head. I know the largest concern for a lot of the people that are at least showed up for the outreach meetings are mobility issues, and the bus might be an issue. It's why some of them use access, because it's meant for people with mobility issues. So we can look into that, but I wouldn't have a specific answer at this moment.
Yeah. And the reason why I bring this up is we want to empower those who can. And so that could potentially lead to maybe them going to the hospitals or different areas that are more expensive. And would like to follow up on this one, please. And I do have another question. Let me find it. So you mentioned reaching out to 1,300 people. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's a significant investment and great use of resource. What information were you sharing in those calls? We'd love to know, because this could be potentially recorded. I mean, it is recorded. It's a valuable resource, and it can be posted on YouTube, also in the city website. So I would love to hear.
So we did phone calls specifically for enforcement of the 48-hour rule, did like a 3-week call campaign. For the notification of the first PAX meeting on this topic, we called the active users, which is far less. It's just under 500 people. And then we sent out letters to everyone else informing them of those meetings. And then there was another follow-up mailer about the 3 meetings at the senior center.
Do you have this information in Spanish?
Yes, the mailers went out in Spanish.
Okay, if you can send over a copy,
Okay.
And hopefully we can record this information and share it to our side of the community, that would be really helpful. Such a great resource. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wright.
Hey. I think you did a good job. I'd love to see the 3 options side by side on one slide. And can you tell me about the free option? Are we limiting the amount of rides per person for that? Is that on a different slide?
No, so the free option is free and there's no limits on how many times you can use it. That is the trade-off. So the people that have chronic conditions, if this facility is on the list, they can go as frequently as they want. There is no limit to that. The trade-off is if you start adding many more locations that services many more people, that's when you have to start adding the limits on rides.
Okay. And then I'm curious about if you considered maybe free within the city and no location limit, but then with medical rides, we limit it / we charge. Like I'm thinking, you know, basically a hybrid of the free and one of the balanced options.
So if you were to change anything, if you were to make something else free, something else is either going to get more expensive, you're going to have to limit the places that it will go. So it's doable. It's a matter of what's the trade-off.
Yeah, so I was thinking within the city could be free. And then we know that medical rides not only are the most popular, but also the most necessary and typically the most expensive because they go the farthest. So I think it makes sense to limit medical rides, protect medical rides, of course, yet also charge for them and cap them. But I'm kind of torn because I feel like in our last discussion, we had kind of discovered that people don't really go to the same places that often. And so a shuttle service wasn't really, worth exploring. And I know we're not talking about a shuttle service. We're talking about our taxi program limited to certain locations. But I've often found in my research background that what people say in a survey is very different than looking at their behavior. And so I'm kind of torn with the survey results where they said they would rather do limited locations but free, when in reality the behavior of the seniors was that they went to a plethora of places. Primarily, of course, medical rides was the majority. But yeah, what do you think about that? About a hybrid model of local is maybe not limited, maybe is free, and then medical rides remain, they have a copay, they possibly have a limit. Actually, they probably will need a limit. Did you look at a variation of that kind?
So do you mean if rides were free anywhere within the city? Can't even afford that. That would be $350,000 just for the city, not including medical rides. That's at the anticipated rate. If you wanted to do rides anywhere within the city, you'd have to charge a copay of $4 and limit to 8 one-way trips. So I mean, the amount of reduction in this program is substantial. It's about 70 to 80% any way that you slice it. So if we wanted to make these locations, these specific locations within the city free, the medical rides would have to be very expensive. I only looked up to $10. I think it would have to go up higher than that. There's literally tens of thousands of permutations of this. So
Yeah.
I have looked at a few, so I can't answer all of those questions off the top of my head. I would have to actually sit down and play with this.
So the free option only works with capping locations.
So the free option only works with, a specific set. This is 30 locations. That's it.
Do seniors really come to City Hall?
Very few.
I think it's funny that made it to the list. And then can you describe the primary difference between the paid options, just 1 and 2? It increases the amount and it increases the cost, right?
So this option, yes, it limits your rides to 4 rides per month.
I'm going to interrupt you for just a second. Could you leave that on the screen? I think everybody should take a photo with their phone so that we can do a comparison. Because I mean, that's why I'm on my phone right now, is that it's the only way I'm able to stay on top of this data. So I think if everybody could just take that photo with their phone. And then, yes, please continue.
Yeah.
So
It's the number and the dollar.
option 1, you're limited to 4 rides per month for medical and 4 rides per month for non-medical. Option 2 gets you 6 rides, but it cannibalizes the city of Santa Ana. It only gets you 3 locations in Santa Ana instead of the entire city.
And then there's the free option,
Correct.
which significantly reduces the amount of places.
Correct.
Okay, guys, well, for the sake of being productive,
Madam Chair?
yes.
Can I just maybe make a recommendation? We can print out hard copies, if that would be easier for everybody to have a copy of that.
And if there's anyone in the audience too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So I was gonna say, I think based off of the data, based off of the seniors' usage of the program, I think it would be wise to prioritize protecting as many locations as possible, especially medical locations, and charging a small copay. So that's what I'm leaning towards supporting. And I'm torn on specifically Santa Ana as like this, how valuable of a geographic location is it? What is your insight and instinct on that?
So I can bring up a slide in a minute, but I have a slide that shows how many rides went to different cities, right? So Santa Ana, I think, is the 3rd or 4th most frequented city. So it does eliminate a significant number of locations. That's why the ridership, it would have allowed 8,000 rides for the model that eliminates Santa Ana.
$8,000, is that higher than the previous one? I thought the previous one was 7.
So first,
so it's more. It would allow
so
more rides.
It allows more rides because it sacrifices a city that's pretty long geographically, so those rides are more expensive, and there's a lot of locations. So it eliminates a lot of rides out of Santa Ana, which allows more rides to be funded, right, as opposed to 4 per month to 6. So it allows more total rides.
Yeah, okay, that's what I'm leaning towards supporting is variation 2, which allows for more rides. And all of the options confine users to pre-selected locations. So that just is what it is. Yeah, I'd like to hear from, oh, perfect, look at you. I want to hear from
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Ms. Fatu. I really appreciate that.
I want to hear from commissioners. What are we leaning towards?
I'm gonna go next though. One thing I've just been, ever since that meeting where I got a chance to sit, and it was really well attended, the meeting we had a few days ago. There were, 24, 25 people in attendance. And it was just a reminder of how essential these services are. But the one thing that I heard from the seniors in the room was that it was about some sense of freedom to be, not to be political about it, but like a sense of freedom to be able to go where you needed to go, when you needed to go there. And so as I'm making my decision, that's something that I'm just keeping in mind. And so that's why I'm like stuck on this time thing for whatever reason, because I want people, if they want to go make that shopping trip at 5 p.m., like I want that for them. Not that that's more important than the medical trip, and not that that's more important that we go over budget in terms of what we're proposing. But as I'm looking at various options, that sense of freedom. So I think that I will definitely recommend that whatever option we choose, I want the city to pursue, I want the city to register that there would be a need to think about timing if other commissioners are interested, as we're a part of it, and then thinking creatively about how other services can help meet needs, whether it's the bus for those seniors who can do that, or it's the shuttle in Costa Mesa that already exists. That's how I'm thinking about it. And at that, I would like to open it up if commissioners have opinions as to what you would like to propose. Commissioner Dorn-Parker.
So I'm looking at a group of people that are used to free rides. Even if they answered the survey, they'd be willing to do anything. So understanding that it's going to be evolving, I believe we need to offer free rides with the limitations that is in that side. Knowing that that is, whatever we do, it's going to impact their current use. But if we offer free rides, it fits with $200,000. It will limit where those free rides go, because part of what we need to understand is how is it evolving? What is the copay they're willing to pay, given that we're moving from free to expanded locations with some copay. So I'm all, when you shake something up and you don't have an option of what they're used to, but you begin to explain what free means these locations. I'm really pushing for free, because then they have they can go as much as they want, and we also look at the time, but it is a limitation. We're talking about limiting what they've previously known as unlimited, and that way we really find out, well, that's great, but then we can find out where it is they need to go. Because can we go back to where the free option is? I think if we move to limiting locations and co-paying and limiting the number of rides, it may be too abrupt. Is there a way to go? Yeah, so you have limited to the 7 shopping centers, the Hogue. I don't know why City Hall's there if no one goes here. Can we insert a different location?
It would depend on the location, how much it costs. City Hall is, again, very few people. There are people that go there.
Yeah, but I'm saying if we can revisit that, but then the medical rides are both Santa Ana VA and the Long Beach. It's really important for me that we continue to offer free to the veterans that live in here. So that's what I'm urging, is keep it free, because they're going to be limited no matter what. So keep it to what they're used to. These are the limitations given the program, given the funding, and then we can evolve from there.
Thank you for that. I just want to make one amendment. This is we can also request that this program be funded for more money, should people be interested in making that recommendation. So that is also on the table for us to recommend. Other commissioners? Commissioner Ledger.
So, no, I was with Commissioner Wright on variation number 2. I understand wanting to keep it free, but I just like that there's more options for medical in that variation 2. But if should consumer confidence skyrocket and we collect more sales tax, when can this be revisited to expand?
So OCTA sends out projections on how much funding we'll get once a year, but we don't actually know how much money we get until the end of a year. They're just projections, and they can fluctuate. It's not going to be so much M2 funding that's going to cause this program to increase. It's other grants. So the EMSD grant, which we are currently spending, there will be an application available. There isn't a hard date set yet, but sometime later this year for funds beginning in 2027. So that would be another source of funding to get again, but it's not guaranteed. That's a very competitive grant. And then we can also ask like Hogue, Kaiser for fundings. We send a lot of people to those 2 locations.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stick with variation 2 for my answer right now.
Vice Chair Wright, do you want to weigh in?
I'd like to respond to your suggestion for a recommendation for funding. So I wouldn't support additional funding of the program, but I would support a suggestion to fund a staff member or upgrading a part-time staff member to full-time who could be dedicated to redirecting, guiding, call center-esque services to our seniors to utilize other programs. And I would sort of view it as like, feed a man a fish. You feed him for one day, but teach the man to fish, and you feed him for life. So if we could just, in this transition period, get a full-time staff member, at like 50, 60K a year, I think in an administrative nature role, I think we could help our seniors not only learn the new program, but learn all the other existing services that are out there for them. And then we equip them with the ability to utilize those platforms, programs down the road. So I'm definitely interested in that as a formal recommendation as well.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wright. Anyone want to weigh in? Commissioner Houston.
Yeah, I'm very torn on this, so I don't have too many comments. It is it's tricky, and I mean, you kind of wish it were not these two hard decisions. For me, the limited access, the limited spots but free rides, I do see the benefit of that. And on the flip side, to me, we're looking at a wide range of people that are going to use this service. And so for that reason, I was leaning towards not having the limited number free all the time. I mean, I do see the benefit of that, but I guess if I were weighing in for giving my 2 cents, that would actually not be my preference, but I think that's all I got.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia Arcos, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I just want to remind you all, in our culture, our elders are the ones that we give back. They've done their time. They're a great resource, and they continue to, share their wisdom. And so I think this is a great opportunity to give recommendations. What are we prioritizing? And so given the time that we have to review this, we don't only have two options. We are going to be giving the recommendation that can go to City Council. So I recommend that we all explore this a little bit more. This might be a little bit more work to review this on the upcoming month if there's a suggestion. But I just feel like it's necessary for us to really review this. It's a really important decision that we have to make.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that. I think maybe at the end, I do think we need to make a decision. We need to make our recommendations so that this can move forward to City Council. But after that, I think we can make some recommendations in terms of process, because I'm hearing that from folks. Commissioner Kamala.
So I know you've been the closest to this project. You know it inside and out. Which of these options do you feel is the most, I think, sustainable, right? And I think that's what we look at. How do we provide this for the long term? And I guess which one do you feel is the most sustainable and why?
The free option as it currently is, because it, like I said, it undershoots what our budget needs to be. And if we undershoot and we accrue M2 funds to 3-6 months a year of M2 funds in our pocket, that gives a lot of flexibility if there's ever like a downturn with the economy. This is also, it's a pretty limited service model that can be easily scaled by just removing like one location if you need to, or add another location if you need back. So this is the most sustainable option in my opinion. The other two, I think that the recommendation that you make today and then the decision City Council make in April, that's not going to be the final version of this program. This program is going to change like every other city that does this probably annually. So this one is probably going to be more volatile than the first option.
Okay, so we're not. So if we see any limitations or concerns with the decision, we're not locked into a specific contract for 5 years or so on this.
So we will have a contract for several years, but a part of the scope of work is that the vendor has to be flexible with our 3 cost control methods.
And I think the last thing I had is that I heard a few stories of, obviously we talk about the timing of it and the window. A few seniors saying that they went to an appointment, it ran late, which doctors' appointments always do for some reason. And then they got left behind, and stories where they had to find a bus or try to call a friend and scramble at, 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, which right now it's bright, but sometimes it's not. Is there a way for us to put in some type of like no senior left behind clause on there where we say, if we got you out, if it's 8 o'clock at night and your treatment just ended, we're going to bring you back home?
So that kind of gets to the question of why the program operates during the senior center's hours, because there have been times where people have been called and they could not get picked up and they call the senior center. We do have the ability to override our own rules and dispatch a cab. We can't do that. So if the program service model or the hours change when the senior center is not operational, that would be a little more difficult to do because there's no one to respond to it.
Commissioner Ledger.
Yeah, so I just have one question right now is, can we revisit this next year after we see whatever option gets picked, how we see that works, so we could see if we need to scale back or if we can expand?
So I would say with a certainty this is going to have to be reviewed. anywhere from every 6 months to 18 months, because ridership is a moving target. Funding is, even our guaranteed funding source is a moving target. So this is continually going to have to be reviewed.
So I am sorry that it's not for a good reason, but I do like that we get to review it again later. So thank you.
So I entertain, does someone want to make a motion in terms of a recommendation?
I'll go ahead and start with mine. Especially after hearing from staff right now, is that we start with the free option and review it. And I know the staff will be ongoing with trying to figure out, is City Hall a good location or should it be something else? I don't know. It just seems odd to me. So that's going to be my motion. Here, I'll make the motion.
I'll second the motion too. I appreciate getting the feedback too, because we're up here just kind of taking this all in, and so for me, even though I'm kind of like on the border, and I see the positives here and the positives there, so I do appreciate the recommendation. So with that, we'll second the motion.
Yeah, we're talking about the free option.
How does this work? Can I make an alt motion?
Make an alternative motion.
All right. How does it work?
Sorry about that. I see you go.
So you're going to make a
Substitute motion.
Are you saying you're going to make a substitute motion?
I will.
Okay.
Is this my time? I'm getting some confident head nods. All right, I'd like to make an alternative motion to support variation 2. And I would also be open to adding on some financial recommendations for staffing as well to support the transition of the program. But yeah, I think supporting the most amount of locations as possible is the best for the existing users based off of their behavior data. And I also think, a small copay in alignment with the averages of what the survey respondents said is keeps it accessible yet fiscally wise on our behalf.
Do I second that motion?
Yes.
Commissioner Ledger?
Yeah, okay, so I can't do it that way. So I wanted to second Commissioner Wright's motion, but with the city staff add-on, I just wanted to say maybe we could look into it being a temporary position to save the city money on benefits.
Nice.
I'm generally in support of variation 2 because I think that it preserves the sense of freedom of being able to move, even though it comes with a cost. So there is a commitment and a recognition that that will impact some of our residents more than others. I would just, a friendly amendment, I would like the city to pursue looking into what the expansion of hours would cost, to do some projections around that. Not to commit to it, but to do projections so that we have a sense of what that could look like.
I'm comfortable adding that to the motion.
I also wanted to add to that motion.
Okay, Commissioner Garcia Arcos would like to make an amendment.
Yeah, so if we can have that staff be a hybrid so that no senior left behind can be an extension of that time, that maybe they can come in a little bit later and they can be a hybrid of potentially picking them up and doing other things. I don't know if that's clear enough. Exploring that option.
Mr. Stoddard, does that make sense? Because for how that would actually be implemented.
That would be rather difficult. There's some liability issues with that suggestion.
The way I interpret it is larger or different hours, somebody would be on staff during those hours, somebody in-house. Is that the way that you would interpret
No.
higher hours? You just mean the program
The program itself, and this is just to a cost analysis, not a commitment to it. I just want to get a sense of like that cost because we haven't considered it. So a cost analysis.
So let's just keep the increase in hours and not discuss how staffing would be handled in the motion.
I want to revisit it. The motion is not to expand the hours, but to look into a cost analysis for it.
So, Chair, if I can get clarification on the motion.
confused.
Confused,
I need to say, yeah.
What I have is.
I can repeat it.
Okay, you would like to?
Sure. Variation 2, a recommendation for exploring staffing to support this program and redirect seniors to other programs, and a recommendation for a cost analysis of increasing the hours of operation of the program. And that is the motion.
Ms. Fatua, do you want to call for a vote?
Yes. And then, Commissioner Ledger, do you agree to the amended, since you seconded? Yes. Okay. And then if I can just clarify on my end, so we are supporting variation 2 and recommendations of exploring staffing and a redirect to seniors to other locations and a cost analysis of financial recommendations.
A cost analysis of what an expansion of hours might look like for future iterations of the program.
Hours. Okay, wait, I'm confused by what you just said. I thought Vice Chair Wright was saying a expansion of other services, not locations. So I understood that of like partners so that they can be like Access and these nonprofits. Did I misunderstand that?
So it's two separate things. It's what we had talked about before with a staff member that would function for directing seniors to other existing transportation services.
Okay.
Comma, our existing program, we want to know what the cost analysis would be just to increase the hours. But it would still be this variation 2 is what they have access to. I think that's pretty clear. Any more questions?
What happens when there's two motions? I mean, do we vote on both, or we're just voting?
No, the substitute motion.
We vote on the
Vote on
substitute.
first. If that loses, then you go back to the original motion.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that never happened, so that's a good question.
It's happened, but it's rare.
It's happened.
Commissioners may vote on your dais.
Voting on the substitute motion right now.
Motion carries 5-2 to recommend variation 2 and exploring staffing to redirect seniors to other services that are available, and complete a cost analysis for financial expansion of hours for future iterations.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fatua. Thank you all for this conversation. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Before we end this, though, I do want to talk about process, because this felt really messy, and I don't think it had to be this messy. So a couple of things that I want to just mention is that I think that as a commission, as we're making recommendations, we please, in order to make those best recommendations and to be respectful of everyone's time, we need to get this information further in advance. And I recognize that there was last minute data, but clearly these recommendations were something that wasn't finalized today, that we could have asked for them earlier. So I would just please appreciate that. The second thing I would say is that the survey that went out to our seniors, I think, is a really great start, and I appreciate it. What I heard from the seniors in the meeting that I attended was that they were really interested in giving feedback to all of us, and I would recommend that we include an open-ended question so that seniors can share their ideas and their thoughts on the program, not in terms of an analysis of the program, but as we're trying to make these decisions. The form as is didn't really give room for that. And as somebody I've run statewide programs and done thousands of evaluations, I've found those types of questions really useful. And then the third thing I would say, the most repeated thing that came up in the senior meeting was that the seniors, they want to know what's going to happen. So it actually, it's similar to Commissioner Garcia Arcos, what you said in terms of like giving that heads up to the community. We need to, as soon as this is finalized by City Council, whatever you can do to please communicate this to the seniors, and it might be having another meeting or something like that. I leave it to you to decide, but I think that I know that they would really appreciate that. So thank you. Okay, and with that, we are done with old business, and we move to new business number 1, the Park Ranger report. Captain Watkins, thank you for being patient as we worked through that.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening. For those that don't know me, I'm Captain Brian Watkins. I run our operations division at the police department. Just to give you a little idea what that means, pretty much everyone you know in the police department that wears a uniform, that's who I oversee. So our patrol officers, our traffic detail, the jail, our animal services, our animal shelter, and the reason I'm here to talk to you today, our park rangers. Before I get started on my presentation, I did want to make a shameless plug, because it wasn't mentioned in the earlier report, though. This month we are having the Spring Bark Bash on March 21st at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., and that's held at Tewinkle Park. So since that involved a park, I thought it'd be important that we bring that up. And for that event, there's going to be adoptions, there's going to be a canine demonstration, we'll have vendors, face painters, a photo booth, a caricature artist there, all sorts of things for people to enjoy with their pets, or even if they don't have pets, to stop on by. So just wanted to invite everyone to attend. All right, so usually Lieutenant Diaz, who's the manager overseeing Area 1, is responsible for our park rangers, gives this report. We do this twice a year, so happy to be here with you today to give this report. He's on vacation, so lucky you got me. So our park rangers patrol 28 parks within the cities. The most common parks that we patrol from a statistical analysis perspective is Lions Park, Talbert Park, which actually is a county property, Wilson, Canyon, Fairview, and Tewinkle. Our highest calls for service are from Lions Park, Fairview, and Tewinkle. And then we also our rangers patrol special areas, the Joanne Bike Trail, and most recently the Senior Center, which by definition in our municipal code is considered a park. So we've been having some challenges there, and so we're spending some time there assisting with that. Other duties include the protection of our natural resources and our nature parks, providing public outreach and education on park rules, and then of course enforcing the laws and rules of the park. Currently, the police department has a budget for 7 full-time park rangers with 6 currently staffed, and we're in the process of hiring that 7th position. That 7th position was acquired back in 2023 as part of a deal with the Newport Mesa School District and challenges we were having at Harper Park. So that personnel, even though we never actually hired them since 2023, and we're just going to get that done, we've actually been staffing a full-time park ranger at Harper Park during that time to deal with some challenges there. But I'm pleased to announce that we recently released that full-time person, and they're now out and roving. We're still obviously checking in at Harper Park and Harper School during school hours, but we're no longer there full-time. Our rangers operate 7 days a week during park hours, and their specific hours flex based upon daylight savings time. We have some challenges, obviously, in regards to some of our nature parks, Talbert Park and Fairview Park, 388 acres there. Those challenges include obviously the preservation of those natural resources, people off trail trampling on those resources, and then some access issues regarding being able to access the park. Our trucks can't go into certain trails and deep into those parks, so oftentimes we're using other means. I wanted to touch on Randall Preserve, although it's not in our city, just to give some updates on that. That's the former Banning Ranch, which is at the end of 19th Street. Our residents in the Park Hill neighborhood overlook that Banning Ranch or the Randall Preserve, and there has been concerns over last year regarding homeless encampments, concerns about potential fires coming from that. So we've been working and collaborating with the Orange County Sheriff's Department, who has jurisdiction in Randall Preserve, and we've done some mitigation last year, working with them to mitigate those camps and address those issues for our homeowners. Randall Preserve is currently going through a remediation process and a transfer of ownership, and eventually will be run by the Coastal Alliance, and they will have their own park ranger that's going to be responsible for that property. All right, just some data. You know, I'm an old traffic cop, so I always like statistics and stuff. So this is just some statistical data on what our 6 of 7 park rangers did in 2025, handling over 1,700 calls for service, 6,800 patrol checks. Just want to touch base on what a patrol check is. A patrol check is just, we ask that when they're driving through parks, when they're checking on parks, they log it in their data terminal. It's just a way that we know where they're spending their time. It's logged, they were there, they touched how many parks per day. And as you guys have likely seen in the reports we provided you, it shows you where all those patrol checks are going and where they're spending the majority of their time. They issued 325 citations and made 349 arrests. Excuse me. Wrote 368 reports. And then we just listed a few of maybe the most common violations of citations and arrests there. For citations, camping, which is our municipal code, off designated trails, smoking, possession of alcohol in our parks, and then some of the arrests, you can see there, drugs, warrants, and drug paraphernalia. So some key challenges. Talbert Park is one of our busiest parks from a perspective of our rangers spending time there, even though it is a county property. We keep up proactive patrols there, trying to ensure that there's not a proliferation of homeless encampments there. And we work with the county on that. The Orange County Park Rangers have a role, but unfortunately it's administrative and it's not, they do not have enforcement capabilities. The county maintains, cleans up, helps provide outreach, and then we handle the actual enforcement services in Talbert Park. So by mitigating those homeless encampments, obviously our community surrounds the park, and fire concerns, issues of that nature. We've had quite a few fires out there, so we're just trying to make sure that that doesn't turn into a larger issue by keeping it under control, making sure we're checking that often. It should be noticed, though, noted that before we do any enforcement, especially on with people experiencing homelessness, we collaborate with our city outreach team. We always offer services first before we take enforcement action. So if anyone is homeless, they are in encampment, we're going to offer those services. If they're refused, then we take enforcement action. So obviously doing that with some compassion for those that are having to have homeless encampments. We already talked briefly about the challenges with the Harper School. Obviously, that was more of a park equity issue, you know, having a full-time staff member at such a small park that has such, you know, probably is not utilized as much as some of our larger parks and the other parts of our community. And it's still an issue that, you know, the city's working with Newport Mesa Unified School District to find some kind of, you know, resolution, I think, in the long term on whether there'll be some fencing with a gate or what's going to exactly go there. I'm not sure. I'm just happy that at this point, we'll be able to free up our park ranger. They're not sitting there full-time during school hours. They're still checking on the school, but we're able to now go and divert attention to parks that need more attention and need our services. Talked a little bit about special events. Obviously, our park rangers are involved in all those fun events, the French fish fry, our movies in the park. And then we've recently started doing patrols during the heavy windstorms that we've had. We've actually equipped our park rangers with large water tank extinguishers, pickaxes, shovels. No, they're not firemen, but they're usually, honestly, the first on scene on when we've had some of these small encampment fires, and we're able to help put those out numerous times before it turned into a large-scale fire that threatened any structures. So very proud of them there. The commission talked earlier about e-bikes and the proliferation of e-bikes and enforcement challenges. That's something that our rangers are dealing with, especially in Fairview Park and Dinosaur Hills and all the jumps and things down there that they're creating. Not only are they damaging natural resources, but I constantly get emails from the public about their concerns for their safety with bikes zipping by them. So it is really a challenge for us. Our park rangers try to do enforcement. The issue is that whether their kids or they're adults, they flee from us, and even they flee from our officers. So even if they're on the street and our officers try to stop them, juveniles are running. I mean, these are, for whatever reason, they're fleeing, and it's creating really serious safety concerns. And so our officers and our rangers have to make determinations on whether we're going to continue to chase a 14-year-old on a bike and potentially put them in harm's way, and they're going to hurt themselves trying to flee. And in most cases, the reasonable decision is we stop. We don't pursue. We have made numerous stops. The e-motorcycles that we kind of talked about briefly, or that you spoke of briefly there, we impound those for 30 days. They're not actually street legal or legal in off-road areas or in our parks, so they're not a legal vehicle to have anywhere except maybe in off-highway use and designated off-highway use in the desert. They're just like a dirt bike motorcycle. So those are not allowed anywhere in our streets or trails, and we impound those. We do issue citations. If it's a juvenile, we're calling parents and we're dealing with that. But as I mentioned, the vast majority, they're running from us. So it is creating some definite safety challenges. I don't know what the answer is there, but we're going to work with the school district like I mentioned. Obviously, education's a big part of it, but enforcement is an important part of that as well. We have some challenges with our vehicles. Currently, we only have 3 Ranger trucks for 7 staffed employees, 6 now, 7 to be. So we utilize e-bikes and any other means, and I'll touch on some ideas for the future in the next slide on how we might expand that. So our goals for 2026, obviously hire and train that 7th Park Ranger. Obtain our 4th truck to expand our fleet so we're not doubling up, so we can actually have more presence in different parks at the same time. And then Rob and I have been talking about potentially getting a Razor. A Razor is a side-by-side off-road vehicle that we could utilize in Fairview Park, in Talbot Park, along the bike trails. It would allow us to get into smaller areas on trails where the truck can't go, and it could help with some of our e-bike enforcement as well. So, we could utilize that for that purpose as well. So we're looking at ways that we might be able to acquire that in the budgetary process. We're looking to seek enhanced strategies on how we can address e-bike challenges, and then obviously just continue to enhance the safety and visitor experience of our park. And from my position in my office, constantly getting emails and concerns about the park and the community in general, and just being flexible and responsive to what those community concerns are. And then with that, I am happy to answer any questions you have, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, Captain. I'm going to open it up to public comment first. Is there anyone in the council chambers who would like to make a public comment? Please feel free to come up. Turn on the mic. Good evening.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Thank you for that presentation. That was really, really great. You guys probably noticed, I certainly did, that the ranger reports were included in your staff packet by month. And what I think is interesting about that is I don't think that these have been being sent to the Parks Commission by month. I would ask why. I know that it's difficult to come to see you guys. It's a lot of time and effort, and I wouldn't necessarily want to burden the CMPD with that, but at least placing these statistics on the website would be very helpful because it would help to have highlighted the issues at our parks, including at Harper, because I did notice that there is a line item in every single one of these reports that says something like, why are we still putting a park ranger here? We are not making any citations, which would have been really helpful to highlight, and is very difficult to highlight as a member of the public with no data. So that's just one thing. I also, since I get 3 minutes, I'd also like to highlight a little background on the Harper situation, which some of you guys are deeply aware of, some of you are not so aware of. The deal that put that park ranger there began in 2023, and it was supposed to be a 6-month pilot program. So it was never intended to be closing in on 3 years. And at the end of that 6-month period, that ranger was supposed to float after that. What happened between Newport Mesa and the city, I do not know, but it's just a great example of the way that government can really break down. It broke down when they started this. It started because there was a fence that was placed with no warning that cut the park by 90% in terms of open space available to the residents. And then it turned into this weird deal that never really got resolved and just was left open. So that's just some background on that. And then I actually just had one question for the PD. A couple, I want to say like a year ago, there was, maybe less than that, I believe there was a mention about looking into potential drone technology for some of the parks, particularly with respect to e-bikes in Fairview Park and maybe elsewhere. I just wanted to check in on that and see if that was something that the PD was still considering. I noticed the enhanced strategies bullet in the presentation, and that kind of perked my ear, so I'd be curious if either cameras or drones were potentially part of that, and if there were anything that the CMPD was pursuing regarding grant funding for that. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I was reviewing the monthly report, and I just had questions about a few things, specifically towards Shalimar Park. I noticed that Shalimar Park had zeros across the board for the majority of the months. No patrol checks, no calls for service, citations, arrests, reports. So I was just curious, like, how are these parks qualified? And then in order for these park rangers to, patrol the parks, and also, when was the last time that park rangers visited Shalimar Park, for example? I would like that information. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members of the public, is there anyone online?
Yes, I have Evan Carey.
Welcome.
Your 3 minutes begin when you unmute.
Hello, my name is Evan Carey. I am speaking, would like some clarification on the overall investment by the city in Harper Park, particularly in light of these discussions around park rangers and proposed future funding. I'd just like to understand the total cost associated with assigning this park ranger, including salary, benefits, and just the overall operational cost. It was a 6-month program that has expanded now into almost 3 years. I think this cost to the city, along with any future improvements to the park, should be totaled, just so we have a good understanding of what the total investment is on the park, and what we're committing to the park in the future. Outside of that, I appreciate everything that Costa Mesa does, especially with the park rangers and protecting our parks. And that's why Harper does concern me, just due to the fact that they have one of these 6 rangers in the city assigned. We have multiple parks along the river trail that face multiple problems, with Fairview having multiple fires every year. So I just looking for a little bit more transparency on the total cost of having rangers at one park specifically, and future investments as well into any of these parks. Thank you, and God bless our police force.
Thank you. Ms. Fatua, is there anyone else online?
Chair Brown, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you. And with that, I close public comment and open it up for commissioner comments, questions, suggestions. Do you want to start us, Commissioner Houston?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for hanging out with us tonight. I had the privilege of going on a ranger ride, and so I kind of got to see a lot of these things firsthand. And so I just, I have a few questions for you, but for Harper School, so is somebody still dedicated to be there, or is that now, can you just kind of give me the current status of Harper Park with respect to how often a ranger is dedicated there?
Yeah, so during the time from that November 2023 decision to first off, acquire another park ranger and funding for that 7th position, we were there full-time during school hours. And then so recently, I don't have an exact date, probably in the last 2 months, we're now just doing patrol checks of that park just like we do any other park. So we're just patrol checking it during school hours. There's a conflict there of where the school ends and where the park begins and all that stuff. And that's obviously, you're probably all aware of those challenges. But right now we're just doing patrol checks.
Okay, great. Glad to hear that. And then I had a few questions. You know, one of the things that was brought up when I was able to go on that ride along was the trucks, or the lack of, you know, vehicles for the park rangers to be able to go out and do all the good things that they do. So I had just a couple questions. It's going to sort of tie into our next conversation, but the 3 trucks, can you just kind of give me the current status? I mean, are we like at the life's end, or are those okay? And then you had mentioned as a possible option of, you know, an additional truck, so 4 trucks total. Is there a reason that you had said 1 truck, I mean, as opposed to more? The reason that I bring that up is one thing that became obvious was when we have these 6 rangers, there's clearly plenty of work for them to do, and they're all out there doing their best and doing great work, but they were limited because they had because of the number of vehicles. And so one of the things that kind of became obvious to me was, if each of these rangers is having their own vehicle to be able to get around, they're able to tackle more of these issues that we're seeing. So was the 1 additional truck just kind of a practical reason, like, hey, let's start with 1, or in your mind is, you know, a total of 4 trucks enough to, you know, kind of expand maybe to some of these areas?
Yeah, what I would say is that we were covering 7 days a week, so, you know, there's very limited time when they're overlapping and they're all there at the same time. So that's one thing to consider. Just like our patrol force probably has, you know, 25, 27 patrol cars, but we have 52 officers. So that's because we have different shifts and different utilization of those vehicles. We also utilize a whole fleet of e-bikes, so they're using those as well. The 1 addition was adding 1 vehicle to the fleet. We're obviously still replacing trucks that need to be replaced as well. You know, it's just, obviously it's a budgetary issue. You know, we put in the budget just like every department is to get different vehicles, and there's just only so much going around. And we have to consider patrol cars, jail vans, animal control trucks, detective cars, all sorts of different things. So it's just, you know, those, like you guys just had to make a tough decision. We have to make tough decisions on what we're going to prioritize in our budget.
Okay. Yeah, thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia Arcos.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo and thank Eric Jimenez with Bright Youth. I think that was a really good question. And I want to echo that is how are these parks qualified for park ranger patrolling, and how often is a ranger dedicated specifically to his remark, Shalimar Park?
Yeah, what I would say is I'm just looking at the total year data, and yeah, I mean, we had 7 calls for service at Shalimar Park, only 21 patrol checks, no citations were issued, one arrest was made. So what I will say for Shalimar Park is it's supplemented by our officers. So our officers are usually patrolling that area. So there's no qualification really of where they're spending their time. But, you know, because of the challenges sometimes that we have with Shalimar Park, it's, you know, our officers are patrolling that. So the park rangers might not, and obviously we could do better. We can spend some more time for our rangers there, definitely. Yeah, hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, I appreciate that. And the reason why I also bring this up is the camera, the surveillance camera that's right in front of the park has been broken a number of times, and we had to call that in. And so having more surveillance in that area, I think it's really important. Also, the lights were out, and I know that Edison takes care of this, but it took us 4 months to get those fixed. And that was with LaPointe on calling, with city staff calling. So I think if we get ahead of that and have our patrolling officers kind of see different and you know, collaborate in different ways, I think I would encourage that, you know, collaboration.
Yeah, I know that there is a redesign of the Shalimar Park that we're doing. We've been working closely with that from our perspective of, you know, cameras and things like that, so we can monitor parks, all of our parks, from a distance. The police department has the lofty goal of establishing a real-time information center, probably starting at the end of this year, and that would be an opportunity where we're going to bring all of the cameras. You know, the city's made Director Gruner and the city have made a lot of investments in our parks to put cameras, so that way we can, and then that's going to allow us in our real-time information center to monitor all of our city parks and to, you know, be able to respond to the needs.
Yeah, and not leaving out Paris Park in District 6 also has 0 all across the board. So not just one, but, you know, encouraging to kind of see where we can invest those resources too.
Thank you. Yeah.
Last comment, sorry. This is more of like information. So a few years ago, I went to Canyon Park and I was just walking my dog, and I noticed that the park rangers were driving through the trees, like the canopy. And I want to kind of remind everybody here, like the compaction that vehicles create in a wet environment kills all the feeding roots on the surface in which it rolls on. We had the opportunity to do an event in Cerritos, the city of Cerritos. And what they did, they actually turned off the water 2 days prior so that they can minimize the damage. And so I have had the opportunity to speak one of the officers that were there. When I approached, he got a little scared and he turned on his camera, but I was like, hey man, I'm just here to inform. And I think it's really important for people like yourself to kind of spread that information and see what they do with that. But I think it's important to know, just, yeah, my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, definitely our goal is to protect our natural resources in our parks, is not to damage them. That's why, you know, the potential of getting a side-by-side, something smaller and lighter that has more accessibility, it's not going to be as heavy in damage. And just so you know, our officers, anytime they have any contact with the public, they're required per our policy to activate their body-worn cameras. Not that they're scared, it's just that it's part of our policy that any contact with the community is recorded.
Yeah, it's not that he was scared. I just approached him fast.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
never sneak up behind him, whatever you do.
I did not. He was in his vehicle, so I couldn't. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ledger.
Yes, sorry, I have a lot. First, I do want to say on the drones, I have a question with that, but I do want to say I did get to witness it. A couple months ago or 1 month ago, we've had so many meetings lately, I can't keep track of the date. I was at Fairview Park, and there was motorbikes like you see in motocross, not e-bikes, but actual motorbikes. It was like a little gathering. with parents with little kids too. I called the non-emergency line. The park rangers were there within minutes, and I did see how fast these people do disappear. But they did it. They were really great. They pulled out the drone. They were communicating with, I'm assuming, another officer at another part of the park that I couldn't see. I didn't stick around to see if they caught them because I didn't want to interfere or anything. I just saw they were there, saw the drone in action, thanked them, and left. So that leads me to, how far can the drones track? Because we should not be getting in police pursuits with 14-year-olds that are still too stupid to not run in front of a car. Maybe I shouldn't say stupid. They're just not developed enough for the impulse control. So how far can our drones go? Can we follow them home, knock on their door, and then get, their parents?
I mean, it's really about battery life and how long it can fly in the air. I mean, the distance it can go is several miles. Along with our real-time information center, one of the things the police department will be developing is what's called a drone as a first responder. A drone as a first responder basically means, instead of what you saw, Commissioner Leaguer, where the officer took it out of a box from their trunk and launched it, what the drone as a first responder will be is we'll have pods, launch pods on roofs in certain areas of the city, and then from a computer in the police station, when a call comes out, a pilot can launch the drone autonomously. The drone can fly over that call for service, whether it's in the park or anywhere else, and quickly have eyes on way faster than we could ever get a helicopter over there. And then we can direct in resources. So it's just an amazing tool that we'll be able to utilize. Like I said, our goal is to get this going before the end of not this fiscal year, but this calendar year. So we can address things like that. And another great part of it is, if we get overhead with a drone and there's nothing going on and the people are all gone, we can cancel an officer so they can go on and handle another call for service, because their time is very valuable to the community. So we want to be able to free them up as soon as possible. But we have utilized that, and honestly, to catch some of these things, we've had to do operations where we need to bring in quite a few officers and go in like you saw, and then have other rangers and officers coming in from the bike trail to just catch them, because they go to the bike trail, they shoot across to Huntington Beach, they go north or south, and they're gone. So it is a big challenge strategically.
So for Talbot Park, is the county patrolling it as much as we are, and are they reimbursing RPD for any of the work we're putting in for their property?
So they do not patrol it. We took over that responsibility. We're operating under a city agreement that we have with the county from numerous years ago. So, like I said, they maintain it. They'll help remediate, with staff and trucks to remediate encampments, but we go in there with their rangers, because their rangers cannot do enforcement. Our rangers are one of the few rangers within the county that actually can do enforcement activities. A lot of rangers are similar to our park commissioners, opening gates, closing gates, talking to the public, but they don't have any enforcement capacity.
Thank you. And then for the problem with the e-bikes and everything in Fairview Park that keeps happening, would it be feasible to maybe have, like we had the ranger at Harbor Park, in Fairview Park, for just a short time to detour it? Because I feel like if kids saw them there every time they went there, they'd find a new location, probably in Huntington Beach, and leave us alone.
Yeah, I'm looking for my yearly numbers here real quick for Fairview Park, just to kind of give you an idea of how often we are there. So Fairview Park, 310 patrol checks for the year. That's definitely in our top probably 3 or 4 along, Fairview, Talbot, Canyon Park, they all kind of interconnect. Talbot Park, 649 patrol checks during the year. Canyon Park, 397. So we are spending an exorbitant amount of time and resources in Fairview, Talbot, Canyon, the bike trails. we recognize the challenges there and how important an asset that is to our community, and we're trying to give it, you know, the attention it needs, but at the same time making sure we're present in other parks as well.
Thank you. And then, sorry, like I said, I had a lot here. So in one of these months, it showed that arrests were down in Lions Park, but so were patrols. So did the patrols go down because the arrests were down, or did the arrests go down because the patrols were down?
You know, that is the question, right? The chicken and the egg. I don't know. What month are you talking about?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have that offhand. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was.
You know, I can't really speak to, you know, the data. The data is something I use, you know, obviously to know where we're spending our time, what the productivity level is of our rangers. But I can't really offhand just answer that without some context. I apologize.
No, that's okay. So what counts as loitering outside of the library? Because there are a lot of benches out there.
Loitering is not against the law. It's no longer enforceable for the last several decades. The only thing we can enforce is camping. So, I mean, to camp in a park, you have to have camping paraphernalia, a tarp, you know, something like that. You got a sleeping bag, you're laying it out. Just laying down in the park in and of itself is not camping or against the law. If you were just gonna go there, you know, and have a picnic and you ate too much and you decided to take a nap, that isn't camping, you wouldn't be in violation.
Okay, because I saw in one of these months, and I don't remember which month. I should have written this down, but sorry, I didn't have much time this week to go through all these pages because it was a lot. I did see that there was like loitering in Lions Park was outside the library was mentioned, and so that was just like, how do we say it's loitering when there's benches we could sit on?
Yeah, so I think what you're talking about is the bullet points, the narratives
Yeah.
there. Yeah, so obviously I work with Kevin and the parks team and we communicate regularly. We have private security that's there at Lions Park, and we work with them and collaborate with them, and they were having challenges at Lions Park regarding that. And so we were just, I think it was probably being highlighted as a bullet point that these were some of the complaints and that we're trying to address it, but it is not against the law.
Okay, and then what's a report on here? Like it's showing we get calls of service, patrol checks, citations, arrests, reports. What's a report?
It's a written report. So they're writing, maybe there was a theft from a vehicle, some incident occurred, and they actually write some type of report.
Thank you. And are you guys patrolling the parks at different times of day, on different days of the week, like mixing it up, or are they on a set schedule?
So each employee, obviously, they choose their schedule for the year based upon their seniority, but we cover 7 days a week, and you know we're there during park hours. We try to, obviously it depends on our staffing levels. I mean, we have 6 now, we're gonna get 7. At one point we were 5 because we lost a ranger, so we have to kind of adjust those schedule based upon our personnel, you know, the finite number of personnel hours that we have.
And is there a way for us to get this report where it breaks down what the arrests and citations are for? Because if it's something like, I mean, teens drinking in Canyon Park has been going on at least since the 90s, probably before then. That's just when I was one of the ones doing it. But like, so that right there is just.
You shouldn't make admissions in front of the police.
It's statute of limitations.
Okay.
But if it's something more serious in Canyon Park, you know, if it's changing, like we need to know, like, how are things evolving? We have a lot of residents recently speaking for Moon Park. So when I see, you know, arrests and citations for Moon Park, what is it? Is it from the bike trail, so then it's now a county issue, or is it something that is the city issue? Like, is there a way to get all of that in these reports?
So I'll address the reports and Jennifer Tanaka's question as well, if you don't mind. I changed the reports several years ago. This is the data that I want from my park rangers and that the chief of police desires. To me, from my level, I don't need to know whether we wrote a ticket for drinking in public or it was for something else or it was smoking in the park. I just want to know, I want to know the high level statistics of what our productivity levels are, where we're spending our time. So I designed this report for the things that the police department needs. I don't write reports for commissions specifically. I share reports with commissions, but I don't necessarily write reports based upon that. Couple other things I'll mention because these questions came up before is we are coming to this commission twice a year, and at that time we will provide our reports to you. The reason we don't provide monthly reports to you when we're not present is because we're not there to speak to them. And so in the past, the issues that came up when that used to be the case is, you know, commissioners like yourself would ask, you know, Director Gruner, what is this all about in this report about this issue there? And he would say, I don't know, it's not my report, I can't really speak to it. So that's why we bring them twice a year. That's why we always want to be here so we can answer your questions from that regard. The other thing I'll point out too also is we do this for other committees. I actually run the Animal Services Committee. But we go to the Active Transportation Committee once a year, and we provide them a report with once a year. We do not provide even the City Council with monthly crime reports or anything of that nature. So I hope that all answers your question to some degree.
No, I do understand not getting it monthly. That is a valid point. But so there is no way to expand on this in any way to see what like the arrests are for or anything?
Yeah, this is the report that, you know, this is an internal document for the police department. It serves a purpose that we have.
Thank you. I think that's all my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner.
Maybe a silly question, but patrol checks, are they initiated by calls? Are they routine? Just because looking at, let's say, for instance, like a Moon Park, it seems like there's a peak in October for proactive or for the patrol checks, but then it looks like from citizens calling in, the peak was like July. So is there like, do you guys have it mapped out? Like, how's that decided, or is it related to calls?
Well, it's just like how we patrol as police officers. We patrol randomly, so people don't know when we're going to be there and not when we're going to be there. So a patrol check simply is a park ranger showed up at a park, drove around, looked around, maybe they were there, maybe there was nothing going on, they were there for 5 minutes, they logged that they checked the park and everything was fine. And so that's all a patrol check is. It just shows that they showed up at some point during their shift to check that park. A call for service obviously is different. That means the community is calling in because there's an issue and we're having to deal with that. So why they peak and ebb and flow between different months, there could be a variety of issues. It could be staffing's down. It could be I've directed them that there's other priorities at Lions Park or this where I want them to spend more of their time. There's many different reasons why that might change.
And other question I had, I know yeah, on my ride along, I was able to see like the cameras. That was super cool. The one at the Joanne Bike Trail, and it's definitely a force multiplier. What would be, I guess, what would be the steps? How would we coordinate getting a camera at a different park?
Well, currently, as parks are, as we're redeveloping our parks, that's part of our long-term goals is to upgrade the camera systems. Lions Park has a great system of cameras there. I think at maybe the new skate park, we're probably going to be putting cameras in there. So as we redevelop parks and as we do different things, we are doing that. But again, it comes down to budget, and there's only a finite amount of funding. So these obviously things can become very expensive.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dorn Parker.
Yeah, I just have, I think, just three really quick things. Because I've been very involved in the Harper Park for a very long time, and my question is, it's the Charter Isaac School. Is it the one that is really, because they don't have any, they have a preschool for developmentally disabled children, but it's really the Isaac School. Is that correct? That seems to be calling in when there's issues. on the ground. I'm just trying to understand that, and I know this was not, I can't speak for everybody, but pretty much our community was not super hip to just have one dedicated law enforcement, which is what Rangers is, in order. That's so inequitable. So that I just kind of want to understand that, because I know that all the public schools, the ones that need help, they have, you know, like Costa Mesa high schools and junior high, and sometimes the elementary schools, use their resources to pay for our law enforcement to come in and help patrol or help resource officers. So I'm trying to understand why it's even an issue, and if it's Isaac administration, which is a charter school that's not even in our system. So I'm grateful that we're now done with,
Yes.
and it's just patrolling.
I guess what I can say is my understanding of the reason that it started, obviously, with the fence going up, and that was because of concerns about dogs being off a leash, about dogs defecating on the grass where kids were playing, which is actually part of the school grounds during school hours, that whole area back there. The community that surrounds that park has their own gates and access points to come and go.
Yeah, they do.
And so that is why it started.
But
And a decision, a conversation or agreement was made between the city manager at the time and the superintendent to try to resolve this community concern. And then that's how
this whole,
all
because we kept
began.
saying, even those of us who were on the PACs at the time kept saying, is that really the best solution? Alls I know when I was going around actually on ride-alongs is there's quite a few schools that are adjacent to parks that have these lovely fencing that's locked and unlocked. So that was an issue of that. So to just reiterate, it's just patrols, correct?
Yes, we've downgraded now to just patrols.
Okay, so and it's not really my purview, but I'm concerned if we have one little school that keeps calling in and that it's costing us taxpayers resources, which would be really working, I guess, with the district or the Isaac school, because they're independent charter school, that if they need that much patrolling that they, like our regular Newport Mesa schools, then almost, contract out to make sure that whatever their needs are and whatever their concerns are met and paid for by them. If I can understand that sort of process and that, the way it usually works with our schools.
So I'm just pulling up these yearly reports that I provided to you.
Yeah.
And it looks like, I'm just looking at the last month, December, which obviously it looks like I'm trying to remember the exact date that we went to that patrol. So it looks like 2 calls for service and 7 patrol checks for Harper Park during December. So it doesn't look like it's continued, there's no excessive calls for service there. Okay. As far as, how we collaborate with the Newport Mesa Unified School District, yes, they do pay for 50% of our school resource officers. The city funds the other 50%.
So, we did that. No, thank you. The other thing which is really interesting is dogs off leash. So everyone here knows my 2 things when I came out was pickleball and dogs off leash. Pickleball we're just awesome on. Dogs off leash is a challenge. And one of the questions, because I know, I believe on the ride-alongs, the officers were educating, and sometimes there's, let's just say, blowback, which was uncalled for. So I would love to figure out a solution where, because there are certain parks that are more attracted to dogs off leash for a variety of reasons. I would love to understand, and I'll work with our director here, my big thing is having mini dog parks where you put up fencing so the dogs are allowed to stay off leash, because we know that there are problems with dogs running and kids. And even if it's not bite, there's tackling, there's all kinds of issues that then the law enforcement gets in. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but I may, is if we identified like the top 4 parks that really, they kind of have their own dog parks. They kind of go over to the side, like Lindbergh does, Wilson does, and some of the other ones, and even Brentwood, I know they're going to readjust it, but are across that. Would that be a solution? Because I'm sure some of the calls are just the dogs off leash and then the people are gone and the incident has happened. I know Harper had a few bites and knockovers and such.
Well, I'll start with commenting on one thing the first thing you said is our park rangers have a tough job.
They have a really tough job.
They have a tough job, right? They have to enforce park rules, and obviously they get pushback, like you said. They get challenged, whether it's kids on bikes running from them or people upset that they're having to be held responsible for not having their dogs off or having their dogs off leashed or not picking up after their dogs. So I respect the job they do, and I know all of you do as well. Whether that is the solution, I would say it might mitigate some of it, but we're always going to have people that are going to choose to disobey the park rules, and that's what enforcement is there for. But it sounds like a great idea.
Okay. That's, because I'm trying to mitigate that dog off leash. The other one is one of the things I've been really encouraging, and I think our commissioners are, is people use the 311 app. Like, just an example, we keep talking about like, what is it, like Brentwood Park. They have the junior high kids that go on their e-bikes and they tear everything up. It's almost, they're not creative. They're there the same time, and depending on when school gets out. Is that helpful to be able to do the reports? And it's not an emergency, but it's just, hey, the kids are here every day at 3:40 to 3:45, and they're tearing up the lawn and the e-bikes. Does that help you? Because that's where I've been guiding people. If they observe things, use the 311 app because it seems to get things done. And also if the neighbors and the people around the parks observe behavior that's consistent, that is dangerous, or it's not helpful, or it's something that needs to be resolved. Like, we heard and we have some people at Moon Park are very concerned about people off the trail coming in. Is that the right process if it's not an emergency? And is that information you can glean to then realize when to do the patrols?
Yes, 311 is a great resource. The app is amazing. Certain tabs on there that you hit go directly to supervisors within the police department, whether it's animals, it's parking, it's different things of that nature, and then they make sure those issues are addressed and handled. So highly recommended. Our communications center using calling in even on the non-emergency line, they have a lot going on in there. So if we can lower call volumes by using apps, 100% in support of that. Thank you.
Also because I'm assuming it puts the data in so that we've been always asking, like, everybody's here is like, well, when do you decide to patrol and how often do you patrol? And obviously you don't want to say when you're going to patrol because everybody who you are concerned about aren't going to be at the parks when you're patrolling. But I'm hoping that helps you do the data to know, what parks are happening, whatever, to know when to sort of kind of look around.
Yeah, we send that information directly to whomever is going to be responsible to follow up on that, and now they have all the direct data, so the more information that the public can put into that, the better. License plates, descriptions, whatever, depending on what it is, times and days is great.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wright.
Hello. Thank you. First off, I love your park rangers. They're the best. Something that was like really meaningful to me was on my park ranger tour, seeing and learning that they knew so many people in our homeless community by name. And Lions Park is my neighborhood park, and so that just made me feel so much more confident and safe taking my daughter to that park and seeing the regulars and knowing like, oh yeah, our team knows who they are. And that was really comforting to me. And I'm really glad to hear about the resolution at Harper Park. So congrats on that. I think my main focus, because I know we're getting late and we still have a big item after this, as interesting as all of this data is, and I'm really glad that we got it, and I have a lot of like interesting insights on all of it, but I think it's not very surprising, the trends and the larger parks that do consume a lot of your guys' time, and then of course Harper and District 6 taking up a lot of your guys' time because of that. I think to me, I've been on the commission for almost 4 years now, and saw the previous report that we used to get with all the citations, and I do recall being like, okay, it's quite cumbersome to have to match the citations, and then we moved on to this version of the reports, and we were receiving them monthly. And then we had Lieutenant Diaz come in a year ago, and that was he's amazing too. I remember that meeting, and I reread the minutes of that meeting, and I'm just like confused. Even in that meeting, we talked about continuing the monthly reports, even just as is. And that's what we're getting now, just retroactively a year later. And it feels, it doesn't feel conducive to us knowing about things as they're happening or the public. So even though it's not, I'm okay with it not being the most perfect version of a report. I think it's important to be respectful of your team's time. And since they're already making this report, in my experience, I didn't feel like it was this bad experience being a commissioner receiving a report and not having you guys here. That wasn't my recollection of our experience of receiving that data. Did we have questions? Of course, but I felt like it was just a really good, consistent barometer for us on one end of the spectrum, which is public safety and enforcement. Of course, we hear anecdotally from the public all the time about their experiences, but I really like the consistent, objectivity of your guys' data, and I know that the public also actually reads them, and that they have been missed, both from the public and from us up here. And so I'm just wondering, what would it take from your perspective to bring them back on a monthly cadence? Would it need to be and what was the decision process of removing them monthly and changing them to just annually? Because that's what I'm trying to get at is how can we get them back on a monthly cadence in real time rather than all at once a year later?
My understanding is we were here 6 months ago. Has it been a year? Because what I've promised and what I've said that we would do is to come every 6 months, and that's what we'll definitely be doing moving forward. So I'll work with Director Gruner to make sure that happens. Yeah, I appreciate your insight and your questions, and I'll definitely consider that. And I mean, the decision, like I said, was based upon discussions. We do have monthly meetings with the parks and the public works team about park issues, and we do talk about what's trending and the concerns that they're hearing and feedback from you. And that was just part of our discussion is that the questions were coming up regarding the monthly report and the challenges and someone not being there to answer those questions. But I will definitely consider that, and I'll coordinate through Director Gruner if we decide to update that monthly.
That's great. Yeah, I'm definitely in support of it. I know the public has been missing them. And yeah, if we're going to get them in the exact same form 1 year later, which I'm happy with what we have so far, I think we can all even save our questions for when you do have a team member come in every 6 months. But yeah, thanks for being open to that, and I will definitely pass on that recommendation to the mayor as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And also just want to echo the thanks to Lieutenant Diaz, who did a really great presentation. I don't remember when it was, if it was 6 months or a year, but it was.
Did he show me up? I mean.
It was, we're not comparing.
Oh
but
my
he
God,
was very,
he's good. He's
we're not
good.
comparing. But he was very thorough.
He's going to have my job soon.
We appreciated it. So I just please pass that along to whomever needs to know it. We really did. I appreciate you taking this into consideration. The more frequent data, I think what you're hearing from commissioners and from some of the public maybe is a little different than what you're hearing from city staff, which is that we would love that data with the understanding that questions can't be fully answered until one of you are here. And I think that would be an okay compromise from my end. One of the things I really like about the change in report is that I appreciate the district specific detail. So as I'm looking through and I'm thinking about the parks in my district, wow, that made it a lot easier for me because I could just focus on that. So I really, really appreciate that. I will say though, I'm wondering how am I supposed to follow the particular details for any one particular park, right, in terms of citations? I don't actually, as a parks commissioner, I don't actually know, right? Because in the previous reports, I could say, I actually have a sense of what's going on in that park, not just from what people tell me, but from what PD is giving me. And these are the main issues. And I'm kind of I'm in the dark when it comes to how this report can impact that. So I would just have a plea in terms of having that information back so that we get a sense of what those citations are. And it's just a bunch of data, and some of us may be more interested in it than others, but it does allow me as a commissioner to have a better sense of what the public safety situation is like in the parks in my district. And I think it allows me to be a better advocate. And I say this as we're going to go into the CIP conversation, and we're going to be making recommendations in terms of like, how do we want to spend our resources? I think public safety is a really important thing in and of itself. And actually safety is one of our core values in our values assessment. And so it's hard to advocate when you don't have any of that information. So and again, I know we have another major agenda item, so I don't want to take too long, but just to plea that kind of citational information would be super helpful.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I'm trying to recollect based upon what your comments were. If my recollection suits me, the old report had collective data on citations, not per park. So it wasn't broken out that way. It was like we had 15 drinking, 15 smoking, such and such and such and such. It just gave you a breakdown of what citations were being issued for the month. I'll have to go back and look at the data.
I remember it broke it down because we were able to actually look at the way in which some citations were more prevalent in parts of Costa Mesa than in others, which raised a lot of issues around equity. So I remember we were having those conversations, which were actually, it's harder to have without it. So I think I need to revisit it too. But I do know that we were able to pinpoint specific areas of the city based upon the citational data, and that led to questions. It led to uncomfortable questions for sure. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Commissioner Garcia, one question.
Yeah, I should have made this comment or question before, but I'm kind of curious, how are you guys collaborating with the drones in terms of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife? Is there conflict from protected species around Fairview or those areas?
No, well, first off, the city contracts with a service that mitigates encampments in Fairview Park, and they actually use a drone to scope out the park and look for those type of things. But there's no conflict that I'm aware of. We're not taking off or landing in a protected area, so there's no issue with that.
Okay, yeah, that's great information, and I think it's important to advocate. And I wanted to mention this as it applies to birds. So there is a wildlife best management practices in Los Angeles. It's going to be bilingual. It's in Griffin Park. So that's going to be a good opportunity to know how to protect birds, especially around trees. I think it's going to be a great opportunity. It's Friday, March 20th, and you can sign up on the Western chapter. I'll be presenting there too. So I think it's a great opportunity to hear about what's going on and how to protect your trees, especially because most of us have trees, so might as well. Hey, thanks.
Thank you. Captain Watkins, thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, I know we have one more item on the agenda, but it is 8:33. We are going to take a 15-minute break, okay? When we come back after the presentation, just for those of you in the audience, I will prioritize public comment, right? So we won't have commissioner questions. We will go right to public comment. So it's just presentation, public comment, and then commissioner questions. Let's adjourn at how about 8:50?
Do you have a second?
Yes.
Oh, second, I second.
8:50. Okay, I call this meeting back to order at 8:48 p.m. And we are on to new business, item number 2, the proposed capital improvement program budget for fiscal year 26-27. Director Seth Rahman, I hand the show over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Vice Chair, Commissioners, members of the community, Dr. Gruner, and staff. So we are here to talk about our 26-27 capital improvement program budget as it applies to parks, to this commission. Just want to put a caveat. We are coming in a little earlier than typical. So not our budget is not completely baked in or worked out. So there may be some changes. We won't know until we go to council down the road. But we'll be making a similar presentation to City Council on March 31st on the full CIP. And then there'll be follow-up meetings on our operating budget. And I'm sure we'll be going to FIPAC also on that same item. And the final budget will be adopted in June of this year. With that, so Capital Improvement Program, CIP, so it's financed from multiple sources. And, we get federal, state, county grants, we have local funding sources, but some of the funds come with restrictions on where it can be used. And this involves multiple levels of coordination. We work with other government agencies. There is auditing, there is oversight, especially when we get a grant, we get audited on those grants, on the projects. And we work with all the departments to implement our projects. And want to highlight that CIP, to qualify for a CIP, the project has to exceed $30,000. So we do a lot of other work under $30,000. And that's covered under a couple of sources. One is we call building maintenance fund or general maintenance activities. So that covers the smaller projects. For the parks projects, the funding sources are, we listed here. General fund, right now, that is the biggest source of our funding for park projects. There is other sources listed here, like cultural arts master plan fund, golf course improvement fund that's limited to work in the golf course. Jack Hammett, when we get any funding from when special teams come and play at Jack Hammett, like Raiders came in last time, and they would provide some money for their use, and that can be used only at Jack Hammett. Park development fees, this used to be a big source of our funding. It's, for the past few years, this wasn't a source of funding. But if that's available, that's definitely would be one that would help parks a lot. Our CIP, it's a multi-year program. Any project that we implement, it takes couple of years. Some projects take 1-2 years, some take even longer. Like your C project in Fairview Park, that could take 3-4 years to implement. And we go through multiple phases. That's because not all projects are fairly simple. If it's straightforward, replacing a playground equipment, we can do that fairly quickly. But if it involves us going through a much larger project definition, then we have to go through outreach, design, then we get a final design, we get approvals, and then we go through a bidding phase, contract selection, construction. So there is multiple phases involved on larger projects. And many of our projects do win awards, and this is a wall in our public works 4th floor. These are the awards in the last few years, and we get awards for many of our, including park projects. We do get these kind of awards. With that, our maintenance manager, Rob Ryan, will talk about some of the projects that are completed or underway right now.
Thank you, Director Seth Rahman. Good evening, Chair Brown, Commissioners. Just a few updates on ongoing projects. First up is Shalimar Park. So this is new playground equipment. We're adding a mini pitch court. There'll be a multi-use area. Includes some new landscaping features. This project was funded through then State Senator Dave Min. There's also a future expansion plan with the removal of the adjacent apartment building. The park improvements are expected to begin this spring and should be completed by fall of this year. In the meantime, we'll be conducting extensive community outreach and engagement to determining what exactly be in that current vacant area next door to the park. That'll be phase 2, the expansion of that park. Next up is Ketchum-Leibolt. New playground equipment and added features. All this is to honor the memory of a couple of fallen officers, Ketchum and Leibolt. The equipment there is going to really pay tribute to those officers. So helicopters, police themed. It's a really nice tribute. It also includes the expansion of the park along Victoria. So that block wall was torn down. It was moved out some manner of feet. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to be there, but being in that park, that small expansion and just not having the block wall and having more an open fence, it makes it feel 3 times bigger. It's not, but just the feel of it provides a nice open space. This project was funded through this Office of State Assembly Member Cotty Petrie Norris. Next is the Tewinkle Lake improvements. That was to install new lake liner, redesign the shoreline, upgrade the circulation system, and then add some enhanced landscaping. These were funds that were provided through the Office of then State Senator Dave Min. That project is ongoing. They're currently working on the grading of the upper lake, what we call the upper lake. That's obviously been set back a little bit. We have quite a bit of rain this winter, and so that's a couple of weeks of delay there. But that is continuing and should be completed later this fall, maybe early winter, depending on weather. Next up is Brentwood Park. That project is nearing completion. We're anticipating by the end of March it'll be completed, include complete renovation of the playground. We removed the underutilized sand volleyball court and expanded that to a 2 to 5-year-old play area and added swings. We also changed out the shade structure. That's been completed. We had that meandering DG trail on the one side of the park. That's been completed, as well as LED lighting have been installed. So I was there today, and they're working on the rubberized surfacing. It's one of the last parts of the installation. There's some cleanup and maybe a little bit of repair of the landscape to be done. But again, that should be completed by the end of March. Next up is a few of the Fairview Park projects. I think I've provided some updates on these. The bluff stabilization, that's currently this year in design and environmental review. It should take a majority of the year to complete that. Mesa restoration, implementation's begun. Again, that was a 7-year project. I think I've mentioned in the past, so that'll be an ongoing project, you'll see. And then the wetlands improvements was the circulation system and enhanced the water supply. That's currently in the design and environmental review phase. That'll probably take a majority of this year to get through that phase of it. With that, I'll turn it back over to Director Thraman for an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. So the CIP overview. So every year we go through this to identify projects. And, we look at our city council goals, priorities, objectives, your commissions and committee and community feedback. And we look at the needs assessments. I mean, this year we did few assessments. We did the tree canopy assessment, we did park assessment, and most recently we unveiled the facility needs assessment. And the Fairview Park is another one, the master plan. It's kind of an assessment too. And when that's complete, that'll have a list of its own projects to plan for. And then we look at department requests. So for this one, we get requests from our parks department on what they think are needed at various parks. And then we look at our budgetary constraints and see, okay, how much can we accomplish this year? What can we plan for? So that's what we go through. And based on that, if you go to the next slide. we're proposing a total of 39 projects. Again, as I mentioned, this is again a draft at this point. Nothing is final, but this is what we are proposing at staff level. The total CIP amount is 33.4 million, but bulk of that, 12 million, is a bond for fire station number 2. So if you take that out, it's almost $21 or so million worth of projects. Now this slide, next slide, shows where the funding is coming from. So if you take that 12 million off, the second biggest source of funding is grant fund. And we received a lot of grant funding for our transportation projects. So that's kind of has a lion's share of that. And then you see gas tax, which is used on our road projects, Measure M2 again on our street projects. Then comes the third biggest source is our general fund, 5.55, and that's flexible, that can be used everywhere. You see gas tax listed twice because there is 2 types of gas tax that we receive. And then park development fees, very small amount. We didn't see much revenues from that one, so we are not programming much from park development fees. And cannabis traffic impact fees that can be used for sidewalk and active transportation improvements adjacent to cannabis. So if you look at what can be funded using, from this for parks, it's general fund and park development fees. Those are the primary sources of funding. This page shows the total amount that we are programming for park and park-related projects, like the downtown aquatic center or senior center and the parkways and medians in our city. And it's approximately about $2 million or $2.1 million. I think it's in that range. So if you look at the funding sources that are available for parks and how much we are programming, it's about 28% of what we can fund is being used. It's one of the reasons why sometimes we have to fund other things. Facilities is another one, just like parks. It does not have many funding sources. It has to use general fund also. So that's why we had to program for facilities, parks, and OCTA and the state requires us to contribute a certain minimum amount towards streets. Otherwise, we lose all the funding that we get from gas tax and Measure M, so we cannot jeopardize those funding. So it's not a huge amount, it's about $1.5 million at the most, but we have to program that minimum amount for street projects from the general fund. So that's called maintenance of effort. So that's kind of where how the funding breakdown is. We'll go through in little detail with individual projects, but as you can see, a couple of playgrounds do get some funding. Harper Park for replacement of the existing playground, and Moon Park for an initial study and community outreach and a concept design for Moon Park. That's also identified. Again, these projects were also identified in our park assessment study. When we looked at it, you saw that there are many with a level with a level C, and it requiring investments. Within that, we have a priority list that this is worse than the other. So we kind of have that list, and this is based on that. That's a recommendation. One of the big items you see here is the skate park. We received bids on the skate park, and we need additional funding to implement that skate park. So we are requesting $500,000 towards that completion of the skate park. Now, some of that is for contingency for the original construction. If we don't use it, then money gets saved and can be used for something else. But that's kind of where that is. Now, this slide on your screen, it's a comparison of 5-year CIP, 26-27 5-year CIP versus proposed. So the column that says 5-year CIP is if you look in our last year's budget, or current year budget, sorry, the adopted budget for 25-26, these are the projects we anticipated will be programming in 26-27. What you see on the right is the reality of what we are actually doing. For most of them, they do match. Some of them we had to adjust. Like for example, in the corporation yard, you see the vehicle hoist. These are for our fleet shop to raise cars to do maintenance. Those are failing right now, and that became a safety issue, so that moved up the priority. So things like that. When we look at it, we'll see, okay, something is more priority, so we need to adjust. One other thing I want to point out here is Shalimar Park. You see that we planned for $350,000 for Shalimar Park expansion. This is the second phase of Shalimar Park. So we bought a building next door to the existing park, and that building is now demolished, and it's a land available right now for our construction staging right now. But in the future, there should be planning for what needs to be done with that property. Our current bids for Shalimar Park that we received came in significantly under the budget, and we have funding left over from our current allocation to do that study. So we have enough funding, more than $350,000 to do that outreach, do design for the next phase of the project. Again, the project is not defined. We don't know whether it's expansion of the park or a new community center. I mean, we have no idea what it's going to be. We will work with the community and experts to figure this out. But we have the funding, so we don't need to allocate that at this point. With that, do you have any questions, or should we finish the presentation and it's up?
I'd like to finish the presentation so that way I can open it up to public comment.
Got it.
I'll just run you through a quick overview of some of the projects we've suggested. I know Director Sathraman kind of touched on them, but we'll have a slide for each, a few of these projects. Number one is citywide tree maintenance. These are provides enhanced maintenance to median parkway trees. This is funded by gas tax. So it'll be limited to use in city right-of-ways to maintain trees. We can also use that funding to plant new trees, again, strictly in the medians and city parkways. There's $200,000 from gas tax there. Park sidewalk accessibility. So this is an annual project. You'll see this every year. It replaces cracked and raised concrete walkways, eliminate potential trip hazards. And this is CIP funding. It's limited to parks, and we use it at various parks. And I think we discussed this, this particular funding source during our park and playground assessment, where we can tackle some of those before we get to an actual park renovation. So we don't have to wait for a park renovation to do this type of work. This is something similar, parking lot and playground rehabilitation. A lot of photos of some of the minor projects we've done with just repairs and replacing broken down equipment, play surfacing, patching play surfacing. We can also use some of this funding from some parking lot repairs. Again, another funding source we discussed a couple weeks ago that's outside of a normal, full playground renovation that we can attach to. Parkway and median improvements. So this is another funding source. This is gas tax and CIP fund accommodation, where we can replace existing median landscape or add landscape where we no longer have it. Quite a few years ago, the state went through a drought. There was some rules enacted by the governor that said we couldn't have grass in medians. So obviously we've let that grass go. We no longer irrigate that. This would come back in and put some drought tolerant plants in certain areas. So it's a great resource for those types of projects. Then we have Moon Park. Moon Park, so this is what we call phase one. It's $50,000 in CIP funding. So this would go towards a conceptual design and community outreach. Also, I think I mentioned a couple weeks ago that there's a portion of Moon Park that the county actually owns, that we have to maintain. There's also a couple of sanitation access points for the Orange County Sanitation District. So this will allow us to coordinate with those agencies and just kind of give them an idea of what we're looking to do, see what we can do. It's multiple agencies, so it's the county, but there's multiple agencies within the county to address that with, but mainly just the conceptual design. I think you heard from audience members a couple weeks ago that, you know, especially the moon, right? There's people that thought that was just iconic and they wanted to keep it. There's others that was an obstruction and they want to expand the playground as an opportunity to remove that moon. And so there's a lot of push and pull there. This community engagement will give everybody an opportunity to be heard, voice what they want to see in that park. So just a broad overview, review the park layout, obviously removal of the existing playground and equipment, and modernize it, add shading to it, you know, the integrated shade over the structures, replace the safety surfacing, the potential addition of fencing, and bike trail access improvements. So those bike trail access improvements would hopefully move that access away from the play area and the open space and lawn. So there's a lot of things we can do through that design to present to the community and get their feedback on it, and hopefully build the park that they want to see. Next up is Harper Park. This is a project that would renovate the existing playground. It would include a removal of existing equipment, installation of modernized playground equipment for kids of all abilities. Again, integrated shade. There's no shade at this particular playground, so that'd be a very important piece. Replace the safety surfacing, and then removal and replacement of tables, benches, and other park amenities. There's $400,000 in CIP funding allocated towards that project. And as Director Seth Rahman mentioned, an extra $500,000 for Costa Mesa Skate Park expansion. Again, the pump track was a highly desired feature through our engagement. It's a large pump track. The bids that we got required additional funding. Some of that we're able to meet, but the funding does include some contingency funding as well in case there's things that come up during the actual construction of that project. And then finally, the Fairview Park Master Plan implementation. This is park development fees, implement the enhancements and improvements in accordance with the Fairview Park Master Plan. I'll turn over to Director Seth Rahman for a little bit of additional information.
So the next one is the 5-year CIP. Now the 5-year CIP is a planning tool to look at projects that are deferred, because as I mentioned, we had a request for almost 80 some projects, and as you can see, we can fund maybe 39 at the most. So projects have been deferred, so they'll be in the future fiscal years. And we update the plan again annually. We look at it. Things change, priorities change, the conditions change, and we get new input from commissions, committees, and community, and look at that and come up with a, hopefully not a totally different, but some modified 5-year plan every year. Projects listed in years 2 to 5 and future are not, there's no money allocated by the city. It's just for planning purposes for the next year. And also it gives us a tool when some, assemblywomen or supervisor says, we have some funding, we have a project, and we can look in there and come up with a project very quickly. And then also the plan does now take into effect the recent findings from the park assessment study. So we looked into it. If you'll see, compared to last year, we have more items listed now on the 5-year plan. You can go to that slide, and this shows the 5-year plan. Again, it has more items, on more playgrounds, and then we plan it out over the next 4 years and 5 years and beyond. With that, I think the last slide is our tentative calendar. I can confirm everything until March 31st. So I have the dates after that are tentative right now. So we have to work that out as time goes. June 2nd, I think that's more or less, that's a good date for council to adopt the budget if they can't, then they have June 16th to adopt. So that's the calendar for our 26-27 budget. With that, that's our last slide, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Really, really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to open this up for public comments. You all have waited a very long time, so I'm going to turn the podium mic on, welcome you to come up. We'll start with you, and then we will go to those folks on Zoom.
Good evening.
Is the presentation going to be up there? Oh, there we go. I don't know if I can see it. I'm just going to have to look at it on your screen. So I guess, okay, there we go. Hi, I'm Jen Tanaka again. I will be really fast because you guys already know a lot about this park. I just want to first say to Director Setharam and the staff, I sat at my kitchen table and I cried when I saw the CIP. I'm not even joking. I looked back, and the very first letter I think I ever sent to the city of Costa Mesa was back in 2021, and it was literally the same letter. I could have just sent it to you again about how much this park needs help. So thank you. I'm just going to go through this really quickly. I just want to give you some confidence that this is a really great investment. Harper is circled here. It's actually, we're nestled in the middle of higher density housing than you think. I know it's an east side park, so people think R1, but all that yellow and some of the brown, that's all high density residential housing, at least R2. And then a lot of those single families are doubled up duplexes, quadplexes, or people living in multiple, like many people in multiple units. So it actually is under a lot of pressure. These are the other parks. I accidentally did not circle Pinkley Park. Sorry, Pinkley Park. I did not mean that. I was just going fast. But these are the other parks. The one that's out in Newport Beach is Mariners Park. And so this whole area above Harper has really no park access because these are major roads that are really hard to cross. Especially for people who are elderly or who are pushing strollers. They're 17th Street, Newport Boulevard, and Irvine. So Harper's kind of it for this neighborhood. So the bottom line is just this particular park is just worn out. It's nothing particularly wrong with it. It's just really, really old. The sand is hard to maintain. You can see it's showing a lot of rust. There's a retaining wall that has the rebar showing. The other thing that's kind of sad about this park is because it's just kind of been looked over, things get taken out of it but not replaced. So there were trees and bushes here that died and then they were removed and never put together again. It doesn't even have a sign near the gate, which is really easy fix. So people don't even know this is a park. Some people walk by it and they're just like, I don't even know that this is a city park. They think it's a school park. It's a huge missed opportunity. There's a lot of things that could be done. I'm so glad to hear about the shade structure. One day we'll also look at Tustin because there's also a lot of stuff that could be done on that road. It would be great to put a crosswalk there one day, but that I'll just dream. And because it's next to the assessment center, which has a preschool for kids with special needs, it seems like a no-brainer to bring this up to ADA compliance. It's not ADA compliant now. It's just kind of sad. And the last thing I just really want to say quickly is do fund Moon 2. Do them together. That would be great. So they can all go together. They do not need to fight for resources.
Thank you. Welcome.
It's me again. No, I just really wanted to thank you guys, and especially Raja and Rob and Brian, everyone from the city, seeing that 50,000 there, and then the potential for 600,000 the next year is just really refreshing because we have really made a strong effort to unite our community. Last time I spoke, we had over 140 signatures. And that's really hard to do because talking to friends and coworkers and stuff, many of them don't even know their next door neighbor's name. But I'm very fortunate to live in a very close-knit community. And just the one thing that we really need is just an investment in Moon Park. Because growing up, I remember spending a whole day at the park with family at a carne asada and playing soccer with whatever we could find to use for goalposts and stuff. And those are some of the fondest memories of growing up. And I want that for my kids, and seeing that you guys are, many of you are parents. I think you guys can connect with me on that we want that same, if not better, childhood for our kids that we had for ourselves. So I just wanted to stand up here and just keep Moon Park on the top of your mind, and hope that you guys can serve the community, seeing that the community is coming out and reaching to you and telling you where the problem is, because ultimately you guys do have that recommendation that you're going to make. And so rather than you guys trying to identify the problem through these surveys and these presentations, the community themselves are telling you where that problem is and how you guys can provide that solution. So I really hope that you guys can invest in Moon Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi again. So really quick, I was on the city website, and I was kind of just looking and overviewing the parks and stuff, and I just think it'd be really cool to see like the updates of parks on the website. I know Shalimar Park, it's like a blank page or like 3 words. Other parks as well, especially when we're having this discussion about renovating parks and putting more funding into them. I think it'd be cool to just, for the public to at least be informed of like real-time updates on the website. I don't know if that's a lot of work, but that would be a nice way for residents to kind of know where we're at with the development of parks. And then, especially for phase 2, for example. So for Shalimar Park expansion, phase 2, a lot of our residents are kind of in the dark on where we're at with the development. And so it would be nice to know publicly on a website or something where we're at, so we have that clear communication in the spirit of transparency and collaboration. And then I also just want to thank Mr. Gruner and city staff for helping us coordinate and secure a location for a 6-week intro to entrepreneurship program. Our kids love it. They are super happy with just being at Norma Herzog, and they're actually able to, they're in their 4th week right now, so they're pitching business ideas to industry leaders, and they can win cash prizes and things like that on week 6, so it's super exciting for them. And then I also had an opportunity to attend the community input gathering on Center Street with city staff and some of you here. And that was really awesome, and it's just a great way and a great example being shown between the city and community leaders collaborating on crosswalks and stop signs and things. So it was awesome. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening again. I am here as well to advocate for Moon Park and to say thank you for at least listening to us. I appreciate what Jen said, especially because she's been in this fight for several years, but it looks like some steps are made in the, being headed in the right direction when it comes to Moon Park, but I do agree with her. They can be done simultaneously. It's not an either or proposition. What I will say is I look forward to, and I thank Brian, Rob, and Raja for the work you guys have done and for meeting with us. I look forward to you guys coming out and allocating this $50,000 towards outreach. I think it would be important because, as Ramon said, this is not about us, this is about our kids and our community. And I think, and certainly when they do those outreach events, I hope you guys come out, because I think you'll be amazed by the amount of turnout we will have, which will probably far exceed the annual turnout Moon Park has had in a yearly basis, because it is unused. A lot of those pictures that Jen had for Harper Park, they could be the same for Moon Park. It's in just as bad condition. So I thank you for allocating that money. Thank you for hearing our community's concerns out. I will say that with a caveat of I hope this doesn't fall because this is obviously a 2-year project, and I understand that the red tape and the bureaucracy of it, that this does take time, and understanding that this is a step in the right direction, but we've not reached the finish line. And I know, speaking for my neighbors, speaking for our movement for Moon Park, this is not something we are going to stop at. So we look forward to that 600,000 or whatever the money is that's proposed gets pushed forward in the next fiscal year if that's what it goes to. And I know we will be here advocating for it. And if it doesn't happen, being here to hold those accountable. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. Ralph Tabota, longtime resident. I'm going to repeat some of my comments that I made 2 weeks ago, I guess, when you were reviewing the assessment. The current annual, can you not show that right now? I'm sorry. Thank you, Laura. Similar comments from a couple weeks ago. The annual forecast or the annual proposed forecast and the 5-year, there's nothing in there for open space, nothing in there for community gardens, which I know a couple of your commissioners have mentioned. I think what needs to take place now with this proposed budget is marry that with your assessment, the park assessment, and see if it lines up with what all the work you did last year on the assessment to make sure the proposal that's going to go to council meets with your priorities also, not just staff's, but your priorities also. The two need to be married together, I feel. Also, I want to thank, now you can show it, please, Laura, thank you. I want to thank Director Setharaman also. You might notice there was an additional column of information that he provided, and he talked to some of those changes between what had been forecasted for the upcoming year and what's now being proposed. And that's new discussion that hasn't been had in the prior years. And appreciate him adding a column here. This is my take on the current proposed year, 26-27. The first column on the left is what was proposed or what was forecasted a year ago for this upcoming year. And the right-hand column is what staff is actually proposing, and you can see the differences. And that encourages discussion on what those differences are and helps explain what those differences are. And that, again, discussion is never had before. For example, it sounds like Director was just commenting on Shalimar Park. Didn't need that $350K because there was adequate funding for that effort that had been proposed for $350. What's new is the $500K for Tewinkle, the skate park, talking about, I guess, now adding a pump track to the scope, as well as, I guess, some additional costs that came in from the original bid. So again, you hadn't got that information before. Also, on some of these, it lists what the balance in those projects were a year ago, May of 2025. Put that in there because if there's sufficient balance in an existing project and you're not spending the money fast enough or at a higher level, do you really need additional funding next year? Possibly you could postpone that additional funding another year or so. I'm sure
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the chamber standing for public comment, Ms. Fatua, is there anyone online?
Yes, I have Evan Carey. Your 3 minutes begin when you unmute.
Welcome.
First off, thank you for taking time to hear my comments. For years, individual residents surrounding Moon Park have asked the city to take the condition of the park seriously. What has changed now is we have banded together and mobilized. And what you've seen is a community that has spoken clearly and consistently. And we need action now, not symbolic gestures or promises of budgets in the future. The proposed $50,000 allocation is a great start, and it is meaningful to us, but we are not satisfied. Everyone understands that this money will not rehabilitate the park, and at best, it just creates an appearance that something's being done. But we need action. We need actual action, pushing this budget another year means we have another year of people drinking in the park, graffiti, no security lighting, unhoused folks. If you go there right now, I guarantee there's someone drinking a beer in their car out in front of that park. It is a known place in the city for that action. And what concerns me and many residents is that the real funding might come in next year's capital improvement program. Might. The community has heard these promises before. Pushing meaningful investment into the future budget cycle only delays the improvements that residents have waited years for. CIP budgets, once approved, take multiple years for action to happen. So we're not looking at 27, 28. We're actually probably talking 28, 29 before anything's actually done in the park. Moon Park is part of a neighborhood that deserves the same attention and investments as other parts of Costa Mesa. The parks are not luxuries. They're essential public spaces that support families, children, and build resilient communities. The residents around Moon Park are not asking for special treatment. We are simply asking for the city to make a real commitment and take action to improve our park. We deserve it now, not years from now. I strongly urge the Park Commission and City Council to move up the capital improvement budget for Moon Park now and take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Fatua, is there anyone else online?
No one at this time.
Okay. And with that, I close public comment. Director, you look like you want to say something.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to point out, I failed to mention on the 5-year CIP, the document that you got today has some slight modifications from what's in the report. Just the biggest one is Costa Mesa Tennis Center was added in this one. So that wasn't there in the previous one, so that it got added. And then we started to change the facility name. So you'll see that more, you'll see in the 1 year it says T-Winkle Skate Park and this one says Costa Mesa Skate Park. That's the right way to say it. We're going to make that change. We're going to have one convention, common convention for how we name everything. So.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you. I would like to ask 2 questions and then I'll turn it over to you all to ask your questions before I follow up with more. Could you talk us through how you used our values assessment to make the recommendations for the 1 year and the 5 year?
So at this point, we used the park assessment a lot for to come up with what's needed, because especially given the tight funding environment we are in right now, there wasn't too many things we could add to the list of the projects. For example, we could not fund any funding towards West Side Park development or things in that range, in that type. We identified that as as a future project that we need to add funding for. But the park assessment did play a big role in how we selected the projects for next year and 5 years.
Okay, so that, because I don't see the values document that we've worked on reflected in the 1 year or the 5 year, so that makes sense that it wasn't actually consulted. Just to point, when you have that slide that says that you check in with your commissions, for this body anyways, the work that we did last summer in the fall was entirely focused on creating a values document that we all substantially contributed to. We created a subcommittee to do, we approved it, we got a lot of public engagement. And the reason, for those who are watching who might not know this, the reason that we did that values was not just so that it would be a document, but so that it would inform the CIP process. And so it sounds as though it has not. Okay, my second question is, you mentioned that you used the park assessment, and I do see that, the park assessment came back with an overwhelming, in my opinion, number of parks that need our attention. And it was really helpful to see the way in which that park assessment outlined the various details in terms of what some parks need versus others. And I see a lot of those parks on the 5-year. What's the systematic method that you used to draw upon that parks assessment to make those decisions? Because I'm struggling to see why certain things were prioritized in one way over another, how funding was categorized in certain years. I mean, you hear from Moon Park, right? And that would be one example I could pick on, right? Which is like, why in that year? So I'm curious, what was the systematic way that you utilized the park assessment to put this together?
I'll start and Ms. Ryan can continue the response. So one is in terms of the values. I mean, we use the values. I mean, these are values that it's nothing unusual for us to apply community-centered planning and things like that, and safety is a big one, sustainability is a big one. So everything that we do, we keep those in our mind when we implement projects. Harper Park was identified as a project in the last 5-year plan to be implemented in 26-27. And when we did our park assessment, it did show that in that category that it made sense for that to be included. And there's the same thing when we looked at the assessment. I mean, the Moon Park was also identified, and we programmed that for 27-28. I mean, and then other parks kind of follow. Right now we programmed 1 park a year. Things can change. We could get a big funding boost from other sources, and we move things ahead of schedule and that happened with the 3 parks that we are working on right now, right? I mean, the skate park or Ketchum Boat and Shalimar, those were not really planned out until we got the grant. So things can happen, and we could be doing 3 parks in 1 year or 4 parks like we at Brentwood. But right now we assumed 1 park a year, and that's kind of where we went with that.
Thank you. So in terms of Moon Park, and something I failed to mention in my presentation, is that this first year will be that planning phase. We heard a lot of different things while we're out there with the community. One was like, hey, we understand it's a big lift. Just replace the playground. Easy project, just do it. And then we heard, well, what good is it replacing the playground if we don't feel safe? So this year will actually drive what that budget number is for the next fiscal year. So that's really, really important. It may be much more than $650,000 if what I'm hearing from that community holds true in all of that engagement and outreach, and I suspect it will. That is going to be a much larger project, most likely a much larger budget number. So these are where things change and flex. This is just for planning purposes, just to get it in there. If it were just a basic playground swap out, absolutely no problem. In terms of how we prioritize the other projects, and we use the playground assessment, a lot of the playground assessment, you kind of hit it originally, the need is out there. I mean, you could almost drop a pencil and land on a park, and you can make a good case for prioritizing that park. When we as maintenance staff look at that, there's some nuances in there that we have some firsthand knowledge. For example, for Harper Park specifically, there's some railings that failed on one side of the playground. All installed the same year. We anticipate in the near future, those are going to fail on the other side of the park. Things like that play into it. You'll see in the 5-year plan, we identified Heller Park. Heller Park was a 3, but there's some concerns with Heller Park and some of the issues there with the structure that staff decided that needs to be reprioritized. Even though the assessment said it was a 3, the assessment doesn't have those kind of nitty-gritty hands-on those playgrounds on a daily basis. So that's kind of where we come from when we kind of prioritize these parks. And again, like I said, we have, I think it was 2/3 of our parks that are 30 plus years old. So it's a tough thing to choose, but it's where we fall back on the guys that are out there daily working on these things. And Harper Park obviously really needs some shade out there for kids to enjoy it. There's absolutely no shade out there, so that was taken into consideration.
That's helpful. Thank you. I mean, you're touching on it in terms of how you're evaluating. You take this overwhelming story around our parks, and then how do you make funding decisions? So you're tapping into it. I do think values is where it could come in, and I appreciate your response, but I don't think this represents the values, and I think the response that I heard from you is kind of a general one, because actually our values document is different than that. Our values document, so community-centered planning and engagement is one of the foundations, but the other one is equity and access, right? So I could argue that Moon Park should be on a list like this because there's already such momentum around that community-centered planning, right? So on a values level, I could argue for that. However, I could also say, and we also need to be paying attention to those parks where the community doesn't feel so empowered for a variety of very real reasons, especially in terms of safety issues for showing up at City Council, and why we might need to think about equity and access as being an argument for having another park on there. So I'm going to turn it over to you all, but I think that this values document, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it in depth, but the two foundational ones are community-centered planning and equity and access, and then it goes into sustainability. And I would even have questions around how what I'm seeing on here speaks to sustainability. And that's where we can come in as commissioners tonight and make our recommendations for what we would like to see on the CIP. But just want to register that this, for us as a commission, is the agreed upon document for how we're making CIP recommendations. Okay, folks with questions? Director Gruner.
Could I just make a quick statement? Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to bring this up that, I mean, this is something new. This is a whole new document that we just developed. And I think it's going to take a little time just to kind of blend that in, together, where when we're working on CIPs and looking at the value statements, that is part of the same process and not necessarily, one first and then the other one second. So I think we're just in the development phase, and these two will be blended together. It may not be right now, but that is the intent of this, value statement. So.
I appreciate that, and I have some suggestions for next year's process so that we can actually do some of that blending in advance. Commissioner, questions? Vice Chair Wright.
Hey, okay. I spent a lot of time on this. You guys know I've been super passionate about this process. I have a finance background. I think as a business owner, I bring a really lean perspective to solving some of these problems too that are needed. And I have a baby now, so I can go hang out at these parks for hours and totally blend in. Okay, so I kind of just want to start with, well, first I want to bring your guys' attention to a packet that I did prepare, and it's in your printed document, so thank you for doing that for me. I will walk through it, but first I just kind of want to talk through this year's CIP draft. I'm going to wait on the 5-year. That was going to be my feedback, is it looks like the park assessment, it was not taken into consideration. And so I have an overarching vision for it, but I don't think it's, in my opinion, super productive to get into the 5-year right now, also because it changes all the time. Who would have thought I would ever say that? But here we are. Okay, so my question is just can you remind me, park development fee funds can go to what kind of projects?
So thank you for that question. Actually, the park development fees can go towards expansion of parks. It cannot be used to just replace an equipment, like for like. If you do, that's not what park development fees are for. It's for new parks, expansion of existing parks. So those are the types of improvements that qualify.
And the Fairview Master Plan implementation expands the park?
So the Fairview Park Master Plan, if it has elements that add new features, new elements to the Fairview Park, it does qualify.
Which is funny because that's kind of conflicting with the, I feel like, original argument about Fairview Park is like to change or not to change. Okay, well, that's helpful. Thank you. I'm just going to go through some of these line items and verbally process with you guys like how I'm viewing them, because I am struggling with some of these items. Specifically, I did have time to read the facilities assessment, and I'm glad that the senior center is getting grant funding, so I'm not going to mess with that. But even the downtown aquatic center, like this specific item wasn't listed in their facilities assessment document as like a need. Maybe that's in a different assessment that you guys did, and I want to trust that. But I think right now, the filter at which I'm looking at any recommendations is like truly of the utmost urgency, to the point where it's like creating a safety issue. And so that's kind of the filter I'm going to look at with the aquatic center, although I'm not as familiar because I read the park assessment plan in way more detail. So can you speak to that specific $100,000 item?
So the pool grates, those are all getting worn out, and it is identified as a safety hazard. That's a project that came to us from the department. They run this aquatic facility every day, so they brought that to our attention. So we felt that it's important enough that we should replace all of them.
Are these the grates that are on the ground floor, or are they in the pool where kids are walking barefoot?
We had a pool replastering project not that long ago. This was initially part of that project, but the pool replastering took a little bit more funding, and the pool grates didn't get replaced with it, and they start to get rusted out, and then it becomes a very big safety issue, and so we were requesting that this year.
Cool. Good to know. Thank you. Okay. I'm comfortable leaving those. Then let's get into parks. So I feel like there's a theme here that I'm struggling with, which is the two Fairview Park items and the skate park expansion. And the theme there for me that I'm struggling with is how much money is already put into those projects, and now we're putting more money when we were just handed a document that said so many of our parks, our neighborhood parks, need way less money than this. And I really believe in the vision of the skate park as far as investing in our youth and in that community. And I feel like it's very aligned with our city's identity as like a beach city. But I'm really struggling with putting an additional $500,000 into a project that already has over $2 million. And I was a part of conversations about bringing private entities into this project to bring more funding into it. And I feel like those conversations just went quiet. And I know there's money on the table to basically continue the naming rights of the park, sponsor art in the park. I mean, I gotta be honest, I think a private company would much rather sponsor the pump track, which is going to be the coolest feature, than art, no offense. But I'm just really struggling with these add-on funds to projects that I feel like we've already supported enough. So what's your thinking there? Like, is there a reality where we can just table these three items and further explore, just put them off, or explore alternative funding?
So Aisha, right? So if we get any other funding through sponsorships, through naming rights, that will just go towards reducing our cost, and we will realize those savings for other projects. So it's not that money is going to be gone or anything. So it'll definitely help when that happens. We are faced with, we have a $2 million grant through our supervisor, Foley. If we don't use that money, then we can, we don't have that expansion project to begin with. Either we go forward now or we stop the project and then we lose the $2 million funding. The other option is, you can say, okay, we can redesign, we can go through that process, but we have a deadline of December of this year to spend ARPA money. We feel that that deadline is there, and if we don't spend that money, that's a big risk. And, the bids that we received, they are pretty consistent. They are, we are selecting against a low bid contract, and this is the lowest responsible bid for the project. And any delays will increase the cost, will increase, so it depends on where we want to take it. It's, again, it's a city council decision that they have to make in April, and we'll move from there. So if they agree with the project, then we have that project. If not, we have to, then we don't need that money at that point.
So I'm understanding that we're in a tough position where we paid a lot of money to get it designed, scoped. This is the cost, and we're short. And it's going to cost more to change the scope, pull it back to be in budget, and now we have to do it all within the year. That's what you're saying?
That's right, Vice Chair. Again, the design, we went through community outreach. We had great participation from our community. They like all the 4 elements. We brought it to your attention here. We brought that entire project here for presentation and your blessing. Now, initially we thought it's going to be a smaller project, but it ended up being, to accommodate all these elements, it takes larger footprint to make that happen. And it's, I think the price is, given all that elements, is reasonable. And again, it's, we understand it's more expensive. But again, we have to weigh against the grant that we received and whether we want to move forward or not.
Yeah, I totally understand the practical realities of the situation. I'm just going to say I think it's not ideal. I don't think we should put more money into it. I do think we should explore a private partner to come in on this project. We are the capital of the skate community. We have multiple surf streetwear brands that are from here, started here, have campuses here, and our neighborhood parks in Westside, they don't have Volcom wanting to sponsor them. We have a responsibility where we need to get creative. I guess it's our fault that we maybe overly promised a scope that we can't deliver on, And so I'm really struggling. I understand why we feel like we have to commit to the full scope, but I'm really struggling with general funds going to a project that is already getting so much grant funding.
Well, Vice Chair, right, we are not saying we will not go after those kind of naming rights or sponsorships. I think that's definitely something we should pursue. That's given, and all it would do is save our general fund money.
Commissioner, if I can just add to that. So we are working on an RFI that we're going to be soliciting to other businesses within Costa Mesa along with Welcome in hopes of generating some additional funds beyond what Welcome could provide. So that's
great.
Yeah, so that's in the works right now.
Is there any world where we could cut this $500K to motivate ourselves and hold ourselves accountable to pursuing that funding? Because my worry is that in reality, whatever numbers we put in these sheets that gets approved by council is what gets set in stone, versus the alternative is it getting set in stone towards another project,
Well, you're right. We are, good stewards of the money, city's money. We don't spend money that we don't have to. So if there is, if this RFI comes through and we get that funding, that's great. The reason why we need to make sure that we lock in the funding right now is because we cannot award a contract with an unknown amount out there. Again, this includes contingency, and I'm hoping we don't use the contingency and we save all that money. I mean, that's another way to do that. But you know, we have many projects. You know, even now, if you look at the cafe that we did, or Norma Herzog Library, or the Donald Ringer Library, Norma Herzog, we saved money on those projects and we used it for other improvements. So things like that do happen, and we, you know, whatever savings we realize and we transfer to another project.
Yeah, and I know contingency on a $2 million project is 200 grand. So, I know, and I really understand like the tricky position you guys have been put in, and that you just have to make the project happen at this point. Okay, cool. And then I know that we have these sort of general funds to go to various categories of projects: playground rehab, security, lighting, and sidewalk. I'm like generally in support of them and want to bring those to your guys' attention, as they do relate to things that are highlighted in the park assessment and that I saw with my own eyes as well. Okay, so now I'd love to share with you guys all, in my own words, my experience of researching and going to our C's of the city. So actually, I'll start with some good news. I went to a lot of these parks. In fact, I'll just read them out to you guys. So I went to Geisler, Harper, Heller, Lindbergh, Marina View, Moon, Smallwood, Wilson, and Bark Park. So the only, I think I missed two. And what I will say is the C's, I think, are not that bad. Like, I think you guys maybe were a little too harsh on the grading. And unfortunately, I think it made us look bad to the public. But genuinely, like, so many, and I would bring normal people with me, like people that are not in government, other mom friends. And I would say, yeah, like, did you know this is one of the worst parks in our city? Like, that's why we're here. They'd be like, oh, I've never been to this one. And so I just want to start with that of like, they're really not that bad, guys. Like, and maybe it's because I grew up poor or something like that, but I just, a lot of these, I walked away feeling like, yes, there are small safety issues or like serious things that we can maybe mix and match, fix here or there. But even a lot of the C's, like in my opinion, being able to compare them all back to back, a lot of the playgrounds are fine. Like, I'm serious. I let my own child, I climbed on them, I was inspecting them. So, you know, it's a really good reminder of how important it is to get out there. And funny enough, there would be things that I would read about a park in the park assessment and think, really? Is that really that important? For example, at Marina View Park, the sand levels of the playground was highlighted as a safety issue. And a certain depth of sand is a compliance thing for the cushion. And it literally wasn't until I took my shoes off and got in the sand that it was hard as a rock. And I thought, yeah, I totally understand why this got highlighted. And I would have never thought that that needs to be solved. And so that was a big exercise that I did, was go to the C's myself, read the assessment, and I really tried to hone in on what element of safety tipped this park into a 2 in whatever given category. And so, yeah, I had a great experience. I do have some I have a question about a theme that I noticed in a lot of the parks: cleanliness, just surface level cleanliness. And unfortunately, I actually caught Brightview, like I was getting there as they were leaving. And I know that we have had issues with them in the past at Shalimar. And so I just want to ask like an audit of like, what are they accountable for cleaning wise? Because I was seeing cobwebs, I was seeing, you know, layers of dirt like on the playgrounds. And my worry is that something surface level is what a parent is seeing when they're asking for a $500,000 renovation. Meanwhile, we're paying, you know, a contractor to clean our parks, and I think they're not doing a great job, unfortunately. So what do you guys think about Brightview?
So cleanliness and things of that nature are always kind of a hit and miss, and depending on when you're getting there. I will say they're not responsible for cobwebs. We do pressure wash our parks. That's something that city staff does, our graffiti team does on a regular basis. But they're outdoors, they get used every day, so, and constantly dust coming down. So that is not part of their contract. They're responsible for picking up the trash, emptying the trash cans, blowing off the surfaces, making sure the sand is pushed back into the playground. They do inspections of the playground, the general area, they pick up trash throughout the area. They're charged with inspecting the restrooms and opening the restrooms. Cleaning them is not in their contract, that's a separate contract, but they are supposed to alert us to any conditions. So generally cleanliness, litter, trash pickup, those types of things.
So sand back into the sandbox is a really good one too, because they definitely didn't do that. Good to know that we are more responsible for the cobwebs and all that, because when I had visited Heller, they were just leaving, but there was like water on the playground and on the swing, so I just assumed they had washed them down. Do you think it could be the case that they just did that?
I doubt that they washed them down. We could have had the graffiti crew
Come
there.
by.
Yeah, because they do have a regular schedule. They do that early in the morning. But if they're standing water, that's something we do ask Brightview to take care of.
Another theme that I noticed in the park assessment and in looking at a lot of these C and number 2 playgrounds is the noticing of fading paint. I'm going to be honest, I don't think that means we need a new playground just because the paint is fading. I'm looking at things like the railing falling off, exposed metal, like the stairs not being safe. I know we talked about slides cracking. Like, what are our solutions for repainting a playground?
So all these playgrounds are powder coated. We've attempted to repaint in the past, and it's just not a viable option with them being powder coated. The paint just does not adhere as well as the powder coating. So it's something we could do. It'd be, I think, in my mind, just kind of throwing, you know, good money after bad money after good. But
That's totally fair, and I accept that, and I'm here to say I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think it inherently means that the playground needs to be replaced. So, you know, just want you guys to know that's where I stand on certain playgrounds being rated poorly because the paint is wearing off. I don't think that's that big of a deal. And especially when we're actually dealing with like urgent safety issues at some of these parks in ways that you just like don't really notice as much as you would notice paint fading or dirt on the roof of a playground. Okay, so I was torn on this process. Like, how do you make this fair and objective? And I was talking to the mayor about this, and he gave me really good advice. He basically said, when people get involved in local government, it's like your kid is on a little league team. And you're rooting for your team, and that's why you show up. You're rooting for your park. But then when you become a commissioner, you become the coach of the entire team. And it's your job to oversee making sure that everyone on the team is treated fairly and treated well. And then maybe one day you get on the Little League Association, and then it's your responsibility to oversee all the teams and make sure all the families are treated fairly. And he was basically saying, like, that's our responsibility, is we have to look at the whole city as our responsibility and what we're here to advocate for, and we have to do our best to be as objective and as fair as possible, because as I almost called you Kelly, as Chair Brown said, not everybody can come out, not everybody can advocate, but none of these parks are empty. These parks are full of families, people that know each other. So I just want to bring you guys to the second page. This is my attempt at being as fair and objective as possible, in alignment with our values. So the yellow circles are our, oh, awesome. The yellow circles are our park deserts. The pink dots are all of the C rating parks. So those that get both are near a park desert and have a C rating. Then from the open space master plan, the income demographics, that's where the ledger of the 8F, 8A, 1E, 2D gives you an idea of the demographics of the families and the neighborhoods around those parks. And so I definitely have, I feel, that I'd like to focus on more high density, high impact parks when it comes to prioritization of all of these getting C ratings. And then, as you can see, little asterisk, and next to the parks that are pink and yellow, in the park assessment, I specifically read like what was the biggest need, specifically calling out like urgent safety issues. And so, I looked at the dollar amount in the park assessment as well. And so things that actually, I wouldn't have thought of. So Smallwoods needs a new sports court floor. Marina needs their sand filled and some hardscape changes. Wilson needs bathroom renovations. Geisler they have the same safety issue with the depth of their bark. And so some do fit into those existing slush funds, so I'm happy that that's happening. A little bit of my concern with the slush funds is that, like, how do we ensure that the C-rated parks are the ones getting prioritized versus like a reactive, just what gets called in. And then I am proud to say with full confidence, Harper Park Playground was the worst playground out of all the C-rated parks. Like 1,000. I will go back to all the parks with you guys, and you guys will agree with me. There's no shade. It's visibly the oldest. It has exposed metal on the stairs, rusty exposed bolts. Like, it was the only park that I was actually nervous for my child. And it was incredibly busy. So as you can see, we're at about $350K left, which is why I'm sort of nudging at the skate park expansion funds. I'm struggling with that because I just see these really important C-rated safety issues that need to be addressed. And yeah, I hope the visuals help, and thank you so much for listening to my passionate monologue.
Vice Chair, I know you have other questions and comments. Thank you for that. Commissioner Dorn Parker, I believe, has to leave at 10:20. So, Commissioner,
thank you.
At the end of tonight, though, we need to make recommendations in terms of what to keep on, what to take off, what to add. So, before you go, please weigh in.
I'll put in. So I just have three quick questions and then sort of prioritizing. You had said in your presentation that the staff has some sort of priority list internal as we roll this out. And I know we're trying to figure out, I'm hoping against the assessment, I think it'd be really helpful for us to have whatever internal priority list is that you have based on, because I know we talked about based on triage, that you have a different fund to sort of pick, and you said the sidewalks, and then anything under 20,000, I understand, doesn't end up on the CIP, it just gets in the internal. Because I think that would really help us to see how we're prioritizing the community-centered planning engagement, but also how how we understand how that overlays and equity and access. Now, I had a question about the continuum of the skate park, and maybe I'm wrong. Did we have a matching amount that the supervisor required that we put into the park? Or because I remember there was some that had matching funds and some did not. So that I just wanted to clarify that was that one of the grants that we needed to match some money?
Commissioner Don Parker, it didn't require any matching funding.
It did not require.
It did not require. So the funding, she had $3.2 million and she allocated 1.2 for the cafe and 2 million for the skate park. And just for your reference, cafe, the city had to put another $1 million.
So that did have matching funds?
It did not, but
the cafe did.
Cafe, I mean, so what happened was the supervisor gave us 3.2 total, 1.2 for the cafe and 2 for this. Whatever extra is needed is up to the city to fund.
Okay.
And the city funded 1 million, not because match is needed, but the project was $2.2 million project.
Okay. So going on Vice Chair Wright's conversation about the $500,000. So if we reevaluate the $500,000, at what stage is this project? Is it still in planning or is it ready to be built?
It's ready to be built. We received bids for the project and we scheduled it for City Council consideration for April 7th.
Okay.
So if Council approves it, the project will be under construction starting May.
But so is the $500,000 in this construction year or next?
We're going to ask for it in the next construction year because right now we have close to $3 million towards the project and we need the $500,000 for construction management and contingency purposes.
Okay. Because so as we're looking at this, we have a limited budget, and I'm going to try to make this quick, is I'm also looking at the vernal pools restoration. Is that mandatory this year? Is it part of the grant? Is that something that is mandatory? Because as we're rolling out different priorities is based on cash flow, we're just trying to figure out, I'm trying to figure out how to match our values with the limited budget, with also the needs in around based on equity and access. And so I'm just trying to pull, which is what you have to do when you're weighing things. And can the vernal pools move to the next year? Because at 80,000 and you're shaking your head no.
So Commissioner Don Parker, that vernal pool project is actually not it's a long running project. It started, I would say 7-8 years ago. And it requires us to continue the monitoring and continue with the mitigation of the vernal pool. So it's a required expense that we have to incur to meet the requirements of the state fishing agency, wildlife.
So I'm gonna leave with this note. Every year we kind of do this, and there's so much more information than when we started on this. But I almost think I would like to see us to recognize what is required, like look for next year what the CIP is, bring it here in September, which is for the following year, so we have a really good chance to understand if the budget is going to do A, this is our priorities, B is our priorities, because right now we're under the gun. We already have, it's already going to be in the city council about the $500,000, so I feel it's kind of disingenuous to even bring it to us, that we have an opportunity to move that along. But I also believe that the priority right now, because we're in triage with financially, I do agree that Harper Park, we've been working on this for 6 years, 8 years, and it's getting worse and worse. And also because of the ADA requirements and the density. So I think that matches very much with what our values are. And then a lot of this is just repair and maintenance and playground, but I almost think we're doing this backwards. We really need to start having this conversation in September and looking at, I'm looking at the 1 year, but if I go back to the 5 year, and I know the 5 year is hard because we're not sure what's really going to happen, but I think that has to be look, if that's what we're doing, then if you look at so we're doing 26, 27, but we need to start looking at 27, 28. We really do, because one of my big beefs is we keep putting on, $14 million for West Side or $12 million West Side Park development and nothing happens. So we need to prioritize. If that's our priority, it needs to go in. And I know city managers and budget people don't like to put buckets out, but we do need to put buckets out for these. It's kind of like talking about Moon Park. You have a bucket for planning and then you have a bucket for development. And also I hope that we engage the Moon Park people early. Just like Brentwood, there's a lot of different ideas of what's going to happen there, what they want to have happen. And just having 1 or 2 engagements isn't going to work there. I'm very, very concerned. And we go back to community information, which is QR codes in Spanish and English to describe what is going to be planned, what are the ideas, especially over at Shalimar. I believe that communication falls gravely short, and you don't need to do it suddenly. You can really use the poles and the lighting that is there. So that doesn't cost money, but that really adds to us looking at our values and our equity and what the part of the community is. And also with the building torn down, do we actually need to think bigger when you talk about West Side Parks? It's not us, but they almost need a community center, a mini community center that they can do they can do meetings out of the weather, not in the street. So these are bigger issues, but I would really like to urge us to bring to the PACs in September the next year's look. And then that way we can really evaluate. And I love that the vice chair went and tried to get money. My last thing is the reason Brentwood ended up being really terrific is they looked at a design book. We didn't have to pay original design fee for that playground. So one of the things that they're talking to the Moon people, Moon Park, I call them the Moon people, is they showed me this book of about 800 designs, that their original designs. So we saved $200,000 to $300,000 on design. So those kinds of really innovative, consistent, so that you don't have to spend $600,000 on a playground. And so that I'm gonna leave it with that was just, they showed me the book, and if you use them and use their grants, then you receive that information. They have tons and tons of different designs, different park use and things like that. So, and I thank everybody that I have to be back by 10:30, so.
Thank you, Commissioner Dorn-Parker. Is there anything you would like to see on this 1 year?
I said, we're stuck. We're really, really stuck. I'm not sure we have much wiggle room. I leave it up to my commission, even though I disagreed with how we did senior, but that information was great. I support you, whatever we did, and I know our seniors are going to be well cared for. This, I know we're sort of stuck, especially the $500,000 is being voted on city council in a week or in a month.
I register your concern.
Thank you.
So thank you for that.
Thanks.
Okay, continuing, Commissioner Ledger, and then wants to go next, and then Commissioner Kamala, you'll be up.
So I also want to say that, I feel like we should have gotten this sooner. With everything else going on tonight, I just don't feel like we have enough time to prepare or even think about all of the options. So next year I would love to get this much sooner to go over before we have to make any decisions or recommendations. I also want to say that part of the reason community engagement is so important is because when I'm hearing you bought the building at Shalimar Park and you have that space, I'm thinking community gardens, they could use a community garden. And then she says, the community center, and those are both something they could probably use, but who knows, they know which one they need more. So community engagement definitely for that. And then Commissioner Wright already covered a lot of my questions on the skate park. And I think that's all I have for now. I just really want this information sooner next time. Oh, I'm sorry, I did have something. Commissioner Wright, on your thing you sent, sorry, you had for Gisler Park, you had it as middle class, but no, I'm sorry. There is if you go on college, there is going to be, please go through next time, if you're ever canvassing, go knock on those doors, go through the grand apartments and see how many families are living in a 1-bedroom apartment in this large community. Outside of that, across the street, you have Pine Creek Village that has a lot of families. And then you have where I live, Harbor at Mesa Verde is an extremely large complex that has studio apartments up to 3-bedroom townhomes. So we have families living in studio apartments there, and then we have middle class living in the townhomes. The neighborhood surrounding Gisler Park has their own private park, and they don't use it. It's us in the apartments using it. And so I would argue that that is not middle class, and we do need a nice park in that area. And then I do want to say that I think when looking at upgrading parks, I think when we look at safety, if a park is in a neighborhood with higher crime rates and we replace the equipment with something more fun, more people from out of that neighborhood are going to be coming in to use it, and that can scare away a lot of the people committing crimes in that area. So I think that should be factored into safety, and I think that's it for me right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kamala.
Vice Chair Wright, I love all the information. I love that you layered in the demographics. It's clear that you used our guiding values to help make your decisions, so thank you for that. I will say that I also think the city staff used our guiding values. When we think of the 50,000 for instance, Moon Park, the fact that a lot of that is getting the community feedback and input and what we've seen with Brentwood, I think it's there, it's on the radar. And so thank you to city staff for that. When I look at the other values, safety and maintenance, I think the maintenance piece I felt reflected in the park assessment, but I think the safety piece wasn't 100% there, right? Obviously, Harper, I think that was one of the first things I put on the 311 app last year when I saw rebar sticking out. I'm like, that's not good. So it's clear safety. But for a lot of the residents in Moon Park, like the caller, it's not so much a facility safety issue, it's a physical safety issue. I was talking with one of the residents just today. I saw the same person that I saw at Moon Park at a Carl's Jr., the closed one there on our Adams, and he was yelling at people. And to me, you know, I just happened to be in the area, but if I was there with my kids, like how much more scared I would be. And to your point, if we can upgrade those facilities and maybe move that higher on the list and consider that piece, if there's more people using the park, there will be less people, I guess, abusing the park, if that makes any sense. So I think it's there, but I think as we make these decisions, looking at that safety aspect of it and to help us prioritize outside of the grading system used for the assessment project. So but that's all I had.
Thank you, Commissioner. Looking down this way. Commissioner.
I had a lot of questions and comments, but they've all been taken care of, so good job, everybody. I'll just keep it very simple. Ever since I did the ride-along, I was thinking this. The PD kind of stressed it again tonight, so my one suggestion or maybe recommendation would be to be able to fund them for just one more vehicle, whatever that looks like. Maybe if it's just a down payment, it doesn't even need to make the CIP list because it could be under 30, but seems like it'd be really great. Could kind of check off the boxes of safety. I see those guys out there all the time. And anyways, that would be my one suggestion. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Garcia Arcos.
Yeah, same here. A lot of the questions got answered, but I do think it's necessary to echo. My question was, what is the deadline for the CIP to receive and file on PAC's recommendation before City Council makes a decision, which you already answered that. And if there isn't, if there isn't enough time, is there a way we can get this information earlier next year, start planning sooner? I think that's really important. And yeah, I think we definitely are open to this. So moving forward, I would recommend that. Yeah, like I said, a lot of these questions were answered. But one of the questions I had a follow-up question for. So for the Fairview Park Vernal Pool project, I saw that the adopted CIP budget for 2025-2026 was remaining budget of, for June 2025, was about $103,000. On the proposed budget for this upcoming fiscal year, there is an $80,000 request. I was gonna ask to clarify that, but my question now is, what is the minimal? Because how much did they spend from that $103,000? Because I know that's from 2025, I believe, right?
So Commissioner Arcos, Kelly Dalton would be the best one to answer that question, but my understanding is every year you allocate that money and it gets spent for the ongoing monitoring and maintenance of the vernal pool. So I'm assuming that the money is exhausted and they need this new money for the next fiscal year monitoring.
Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner, I can add to that too a little bit. So that project is, it's a multi-year project, and it's basically going to phase itself out. So each year it's going to get less and less and less until it's finally to a point where the vernal pool is fully restored and it doesn't have to be monitored at that point. I mean, it's always going to have to be monitored, but not to the extent of what we're doing right now. So over the next 3-4 years, I mean, that funding is going to get lower and lower and lower each year.
Yeah, and I appreciate that investment. I think it's a great idea. I think it's just important to know if there's ways to move some funding, if it was cushion funding. I just wanted to get a clear for that. So thank you for replying with that information. And I do think that, I mean, there's not much we can say right now, but I do think that we should allocate some resources for potential opportunities to do raised garden beds. I was gonna suggest Shalimar Park, but then if we do that, then we're probably not gonna do anything else later on, right? So don't even quote me on that. Yeah, so I do think that we should, have these conversations a little bit sooner. That would be helpful. And then, yeah, and then this is more of a question that no one asked, luckily. It's one of the only ones. Could the city establish a dedicated park development fund, potentially using a portion of the annually funds recommended to prioritize new park development in underserved areas like Kelly Zone, where residents currently must walk about a mile through dangerous high-traffic streets to reach a park?
So I think I addressed this before at another meeting too. If there is an opportunity to buy land for a park, the city will step in and do so. Even now, there is approximately $400,000 in our. It's actually a cannabis fund that allocated for new park acquisitions. So we have some money there is set aside in a fund. And similar to the Shalimar building, that it wasn't in any budget. The opportunity came and we did acquire that. So if the problem with sometimes there's nothing wrong in setting aside money if you have money. But if you set aside money right now, let's say we set aside 200,000, that's 200,000 less of actual work we do at a park. We have a lot of needs, and Commissioner Wright, thank you for acknowledging a lot of our parks are looking good, and I want to thank our staff. They go through and they take care of all the equipment, making sure that they are functional, they're safe, because they're all 30-year-old parks. I mean, for you to appreciate that they are looking in a good shape, I mean, it's a testament to how hard these guys work to make them, to keep them in that shape. So it's we try to do that, but at the same time, we are cognizant of the need for upgrading parks. Sometimes the parts are not available and we have to just permanently close off or remove a piece of equipment from the playground. Again, we don't want to get to that point, and that's why we want to at least try to improve a few parks a year, or at least one a year.
Yeah, and I would recommend that Commissioner Wright take her up on this. You could have saved $500,000. Think about it. Another thing that I wanted to end this with is I've seen this, and I've mentioned it before, and today it was mentioned. I'd like us to explore our alternatives to Brightview for playground maintenance. I'm interested in looking at smaller local registered providers here in Costa Mesa who will offer community investment and people that will be in the community. I think just looking at options might be something that you might be able to do in the near future, because I see them work and I don't sense that passion in them, you know, and you can sense that from afar. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair, I'm going to say a few things. I know Commissioner Ledger, but I'm going to say a few things, actually ask a few questions, and then I have a bunch of recommendations. I'm wondering, so the safety, Commissioner Kamal, I appreciate the points that you make, and especially around safety too. And so one of the questions I have, just because I've heard it from residents, is around the bike trail lighting, that those lights have been out for a while, and that feels like a safety concern and / public safety concern. Wondering, so I'm looking at this little 375K is just pushed out into like Never Land. That leaves me feeling a little uncomfortable. Thoughts on how we might be able to prioritize the bike trail lighting and or concerns, challenges around that?
So, Chair Brown, it's a difficult situation that we grappled with. I mean, it's a large investment that we have to make to restore all those lights. On the Joanne portion of the trail, we did work with Edison and we added lighting all along Joanne Trail between Harbor and Placentia. So that part of the trail is now better lit, even though all the bollard lighting is all gone. I mean, you know, every single one was broken. On the Harbor side, it's very limited what we can do because Edison lights are in the median of Harbor, so we cannot count on them. It's again a matter of priority. You know, where do we want to use our funds? I mean, again, we did identify as one of the projects, but then, you know, you have to pick between Harper Park and that one. You know, that's kind of what we are dealing with. And with respect to some of the other things that Vice Chair brought up, we address a lot of those projects through our ongoing maintenance too. So it doesn't have to be budgeted. Like I said, we don't budget every single, you know, maintenance or replacement item in the CIP. We take care of many things like filling, you know, if there's bark missing or if you need new sand, we do that with other projects. Sports court surfacing, they do that too. So we should highlight that, you know, usually we put that in our snapshot on a weekly basis. When we do something major, we'll bring it to your attention too, so you know that what work is being done in different parks. So again, it's a matter of priority. I mean, if we can definitely put that in if there is funding for it.
Okay.
Just one additional comment regarding the bike trail lighting. We are in the process of testing a few different types of solar lighting there. Right now we have one solar light that's a pole light and one bollard light. We did receive some estimates last year. They were quite higher than the 375,000. That's why we're testing these alternatives. If there's a less expensive alternative that we can implement, we will definitely bring that forward sooner. We want to give that a time to get through all the seasons to make sure that lighting is sustainable overnight, or at least a certain hours of activity overnight. So we're in that phase right now. So we're really looking at that. We've received a lot of concerns regarding the lighting there.
Thank you. I have one comment, and then Commissioner Ledger, if you have a question, and then I have a series of recommendations for us. It's late. I think we need to make our recs. And keep in mind that we're not the final decision makers. We're helping shape what they see, and then they're going to make decisions based upon the budget, right? One thing I just want to acknowledge is that in the general plan, there is a clear statement that park deficient areas are a priority. Okay, and I live in an absolute park desert. It takes it's over a mile to get anywhere across major intersections. And this is not a competition. I want Moon to get their park, absolutely. I appreciate how they've been able to come out. I would have liked that as well. There are a lot of people who would like that. So I'm here representing those people who, for whatever reason, and it's a variety of reasons, including language, the ability to come out at night, to come and advocate for their park. So I think that this is a statement that our city council has approved in terms of the general plan, that we need to fund those park deficient areas. I want to encourage us to make sure that that West Side Park development is back on the 5-year in a major way. And I'm going to have a recommendation around that, but I just want to emphasize that that isn't just what I think, that this is something that city council has marked as a priority, and it's 100% in line with our values assessment, or our values and priorities. So Commissioner Ledger, I know you had a question, and then I'm going to make some recommendations, and Vice Chair Wright, I think you probably want to make some recommendations too.
Couple questions, actually. First one is getting the Moon Park replacement, the 50,000. Was that because they came out, or was that already being looked at before they started coming to our meetings and contacting city staff?
So Moon Park was a location that was already identified.
Okay. And then my other one, what is the budget for, like, the squirrels in Tewinkle are getting worse, the ground squirrels. There's like, the holes are massive. My son and his friends, they're on the tennis team, and Mesa is getting their tennis courts redone, so they go to the tennis center. They're cutting through Tewinkle Park, and they said that it's like they're dodging holes in the ground everywhere.
Yeah, the biggest issue with the squirrels at Tewinkle Park is the people that feed the squirrels at Tewinkle Park. We're working really hard to address that. We're working hard to discourage the feeding, to discourage the squirrel activity. But that is the biggest problem, is the people that feed them, and it leads to a population explosion.
So if they were rats, we'd be exterminating them. And they are related. And I know a lot of people are upset by that, but somebody's going to get hurt.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Give me just like a second to adjust. Okay. So I have a series of recommendations, and one way that we can do this, and I'm open to other recommendations, so I've heard some concerns and interests, is that we can make a list and then go point by point to see if there's consensus around it, right? So that if there isn't, it doesn't move forward. But if there is, it moves forward, kind of like we did for the Fairview Park, where we voted point by point. Does that seem like a fair way to do this, just so we can move forward? So I would like to make a recommendation that I would like to add Marina View Sand and Sidewalk to this year's priorities. I would like to see that park have the sand and the sidewalk taken care of. So that's one item. The second item I would like to add is the Wilson bathrooms. So I'd like to see the Wilson bathrooms added. The third thing I would like to see added, not to this year, but to the 5-year, is that I want to see community gardens listed, and I want to see them prioritized in 27, 28. Two thoughts around that community garden is, one, we could start small in terms of a 50K sort of community conversation, much like we're doing for Moon Park, around what kind of community gardens and where, to what purpose. Ms. Villasenor, I was really excited by something you mentioned in a meeting where community gardens as a space to teach. I thought that was a really interesting idea, and so that leads me to my second suggestion. Neth Park has been on the 5-year CIP for a very long time in terms of a sculpture park. I don't think a sculpture park is right for Neth Park. I think that we might want to consider about what it would look like to have a community garden teaching space there, where staff would have easy access to it. And the Neth family could potentially be interested in that as well, so that we could pursue community gardens in a multifaceted way, of which Neth Park could be a part of it. So I think that's my third suggestion. And then I'm going to go big and say, I want West Side Parks in 27, 28. I'd like that 400K set aside for West Side. Like, let's start making that happen. Doesn't have to be in my exact neighborhood, but West Side Park development, I want that listed.
Can you repeat the year, please?
Yeah, I'm going to go back through. So, and then there will probably be additions, and we should vote and see if people are in agreement or not. But number one is for this year's CIP, Marina View Sand and Sidewalk. For this year, CIP, Wilson Bathrooms. And again, these are C-rated parks with some very specific needs. We've heard a lot about we've heard a lot about the need for bathrooms, equity issues, things like that. So this is very much in alignment with our values. And same thing, Marina Park is definitely in need of some love as well. So those are two things for this year. Then for next year, I would like to see, so for 27-28, I'd like to see two things. One is a modest amount of money put aside to pursue community gardens, because I do appreciate that they are intensive in terms of staff time, space for where it's going to happen, but I think that community gardens are never going to happen if we don't prioritize them. I would even recommend removing the butterfly gardens and having community gardens instead. But so community gardens for 27-28, and then West Side Park development for 27-28 in the amount of $400K, which is what I heard Director Setharaman reference as cannabis, which I am just going to say that I have 8 cannabis stores within a half a mile of my home, and I do not have a park. So I think that that whole area, which is quite diverse, very high density, multilingual, the park feels like a good investment of that cannabis money, because we are walking by all those cannabis stores. Let us walk by a park. Those are my 4 suggestions. Vice Chair Wright, I know I cut you off earlier, so I'm handing this back over to you.
Fine. I just want to say that I fully support all of those recommendations. As I was looking through the 5-year CIP, and I think my general rule of thumb that I would like to recommend is I only want to see C-rated parks on the 5-year. We have enough C-rated parks that it's gonna take us 5 years. So it's disappointing to me when I see, Canyon Park Playground. That's not a C-rated park. Or even looking at other parks that don't need a new playground, they actually need some other type of maintenance. So that's my more like high level recommendation. And I know this doesn't take the park assessment into consideration because we just got it back, but that's for sure something. And I do just want to say I'm really struggling with this $50K for Moon Park for community engagement and like scope exploration, because we just spent all this money on the park assessment. We know what the park needs. And in my opinion, what I'm hearing, it immediately needs more safety attention. And so I'm worried that the $50K for community engagement is premature and shouldn't be done until we're actually doing the project. But I'm not saying that needs to be part of the vote. It's just practically something I'm struggling with. But what I will say I'd be down to be part of the vote is I would like to recommend that the Fairview Park project and the skate park project, both projects that are already have a lot of funding behind them, I would like to recommend exploring how we could cut back on having to put in additional funding. And I'd like to just leave that up to City Council to figure out.
Okay, so number 5, so I have Marina View, Sand and Sidewalk. We'll go through and we'll vote on these, right? Marina View, Sand and Sidewalk for this year. Wilson Bathrooms for this year. A modest amount of money to pursue community gardens in next year. West Side Park in the amount of $400K in next year as well. Number 5 and number 6 would be Fairview Park and Skate Park, that there is strong interest from the commission that those figures be adjusted and that there are viable alternatives pursued. And I will just say we'll vote on all of this. And as you all know, Vice Chair Wright and I submit letters to the city council written from the two of us, just acknowledging what we talk about here. So these are things that will also be communicated in that way. Ms. Fatua, how would you, should we just vote one by one?
Madam Chair, just want to clarify.
Yeah.
When you say this year, next year, when you say this year, it's 26, 27, and when you say next year, it's 27,
28.
Yes.
Just want to clarify that.
What time is it? It's almost 11.
That's okay.
Thank you for saving me.
Can I add the one that is the C-rated parks are prioritized in the 5-year? Those are explicitly, if not exclusively, the only ones listed. I think it's important that we take this assessment and we practically put it in the CIP as prioritized. Or were you guys already going to do that?
So Vice Chair, right, just want to, we did take into account the park assessment to heart. Every single assessment was looked at. And the reason why we list all the parks is because, and you see Canyon Park, all that, are in the future column. They are not in the next 4 years or 5 years. They're out in the future. It's just so that we have the assessments and we don't want to forget that at some point they become a priority. Not in the next 5 years, but at some point they will become aged and we have to address them. So that's why every single park is listed, and it doesn't mean that they're going to get the attention that other parks are needed. So we know the 13 parks that are worse off will get the first attention.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with that.
We're going to vote. Okay. I want to make sure. Okay. So
Chair Brown, can I just make a recommendation that if the commission was willing to vote on all of them, if you had the consensus of all of them, you can do that too.
I can speed this up.
If you didn't have the consensus, then you can go one by one, but I would start with that.
Why don't we do it like a consent calendar?
Let's go. We're going to go one by one. We're going to go one by one. I appreciate that, but it sounds like that won't work. So number 1, Marina View Sand and Sidewalk.
Should we go down, or are we voting on this, or just agreeing in person?
Give her a minute.
So I have enough motions, so we can do them individually. I can read out what I've written.
Great.
Okay. So the first motion is add Marina View and Sand and Sidewalk in priorities for this fiscal year.
Second.
26 to 27. Fiscal year 26 to 27. And then, so if you guys are looking to do a motion, you may do so right now. So we have Chair Brown who first, and then Commissioner Houston who second. You may vote on your dais. Motion carries 6-0. All right, so the next item we have is to add Wilson bathrooms for fiscal year 26-27. We have Vice Chair Wright and Chair Brown who seconded, sorry. You may vote on your dais. Motion carries 5-1. Next motion is add to the 5-year community gardens for fiscal year 27-28, potentially a 50K addition, and then navigate Neth Park in a multifaceted way.
Love it.
We have Chair Brown who made the motion and Commissioner Garcia Arcos who seconded. You may vote on your dais. Motion carries 6-0. Next item is to add West Side Development for fiscal year 27-28, 400K. Chair Brown made the motion, Commissioner Ledger seconded. You may vote on your dais. Motion carries 5-1. Next motion is to review Fairview Park and skate park projects with the recommendation to cut back and evaluate and pursue additional funding. Motion made by Vice Chair Wright, seconded by Chair Brown. You may vote on your dais. Motion carries 4-2. And then the last motion is for the 5-year plan, only C-rated parks. Motion carried by Commissioner Ledger, seconded by Vice Chair Wright. You may vote on your dais. Motion carries 5-1.
Kudos to everybody. Well done. We got through a lot. I really appreciate the staying power. Yeah, no, I think a pause is totally justified. Director, I see you want to say something, and then I have one thing to contribute at the end.
Yeah. Can you also talk about the rest of the list? Are you okay with the exception of skate park and Fairview Park? If you can take a motion on that.
So motion
Like
to
we accept the rest, we receive and file the rest, or support the rest? What do you think?
I would say these motions are added on to this, and we didn't make any deductions, is what I would say. We made a slight modification to the skate park, but open-ended.
So do we still need to vote on it then?
Yes, please.
So, okay, do we have to make a motion?
You're okay with it? He's okay with it? I appreciate all of this. I want to appreciate city staff. This is something we've been talking for a while about, trying to move up the CIP review. And I will say we all worked hard as a team to make this happen. It never is early enough, right? So I do really appreciate what Liz Dorn-Parker shared in terms of perhaps having initial conversations in the fall. I would be open to that, so I would encourage commissioners to weigh in on that. A couple of ideas, though, and one of this is from a community member who asked, why not have more open conversations with community about park priorities? And that struck me as something interesting, right? Like we have a CIP conversation at City Hall, but that's not exactly the same as going out into different neighborhoods and talking to people about what they see as their park needs. So I would encourage us to consider doing that in a serious way. And then my other suggestion is that some of this could be reviewed with even the chair and the vice chair, and I'm thinking whatever next year brings, right? That this actually could be run by the chair and the vice chair, who could help you think about how the values and the park assessment work together. So you still have your recommendations, but that you have park commissioners who are helping you do that initial work. So that's my other suggestion. I appreciate everybody still in the audience. Thank you for hanging out with us. I adjourn the meeting at 10:51 p.m. Wish everybody a good night.